Oh no!
Hello, everybody. I don't know why there was a picture there. Huh. Hi, Emo! Yeah, I added that very quickly last night. Was it last night? Yeah, it was. How you doing? Yeah, I don't know why there was a little black screen. Maybe I should troubleshoot that one. I thought I only downloaded the audio. It's because I tested it on my redeemed scene and not upon the other one, the one where people are gonna see it. And of course, it's a black screen anyway. But anyway, hi. There. Am well, chill. Excellent. I was also having trouble with getting it to reset, but it looks like it's resetting. You know what? I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to touch it. If there's a black screen there, then there's a black screen there. Yeah, it's, again, I need to, I've said this a few times. I'll talk about it, but lately I've been like pointing out things I got to do and not doing them. Mental health stuff. Turn the music up. Hi, Steel. How is that related to anything going on? How's that related to the title? Usually it's contextual. Now you're just throwing shit at me, but how are you doing? Couldn't find a meth emote. Uh, 7T. No, that's why did I put a Y? 7TV. What's a good meth emote? Hmm. How about this one? Here, maybe that'll work for now. Alternately, no, not that one. Some of these 7TV emotes for meth are like pretty random. They're just random images. Wait. Figured as much. This one isn't even very popular, but I'm gonna add it. There we go. What? Why didn't that take? That's not a big deal. 7TV's always busted. Jazza Pinkman. Yeah, bitch, magnets. Oh, there we go. That just took 20 minutes to go through for some reason. Jazza Pinkman. Oh, you said Jazza Pinkman. I didn't even read that right. I gotta watch Breaking Bad again, and I actually have to go back and watch the entirety of Better Call Saul. I watched a few seasons, it was good. I just stopped for some reason, as I do. Thought that was Daniel Larson for a second there. Nope. No, it's not. Am bad. Pro tip: if you ever watched Little Shop of Horrors, make sure you see it with the original ending. You know. Also, Sam watched the first season, said that was really good, and never went back to it. Many such cases. I just get distracted, and then I'm in the flow of something else, you know. ADHD, it's a bitch. Anyway. Hello. I'm gonna turn down the music a bit. How are we doing today? I'm doing fine. You know what? Even though it wasn't what we planned to do Friday or what I planned to do, you know, I don't think anyone is like, you know, getting their titties in a twister over changes, but I needed a change of pace. So I hope doing Repo with a bunch of people was fun to watch. Met a bunch of folks there, friends of Kaiser Buns. Yeah, Repo was a fun stream. It was definitely fun for me. That's still too loud, even though that's a great song. Yeah, I might do more of that. I think I definitely need to try some new things. I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this because I think I'm coming out of it, but I've been streaming's been a little stale to me, not because of streaming, but a lot of things got stale to me. I think a lot of it's like, you know, my mood's been jerking all over the place the last few months. You know, I was in a bit of a funk like a month or two back. You know, I was letting things kind of, you know, was kind of blowing things off. And then I could feel myself coming out of it, which was exactly around, it was around when I got 500 followers. Although I don't think that cured me. It was a nice thing, but it wasn't like that was the reason I was coming out. But like I was planning a bunch of, okay, we got to take care of that, and that. And then freaking my ankle happened. And that was fun because part of the reason that I like went out on the ice was like there was like a bunch of shit I wanted to throw into recycling that I've been letting pile up. So I was going out to do that. And then shit went awry. So that like got me down for a while, and I blew a lot of things off, and then I got back on Vyvanse, and that helped. That helped a lot for a day. And then I got uveitis, and then I was like, oh, cool. Oh, cool. New thing to deal with. Pretty much at the same time as the other thing. So, yeah. I mean, and then, you know, having to go on the dilators for an extra week, which should be wrapped up Wednesday, unless, like, they look in there and they're like, actually, if you go off the prednisone and all that, it's just the uveitis is going to come back, and that's probably not what's going to happen. But if it does, that'll be another thing to deal with. But yeah, in that time, I didn't deal with auto insurance, and I need to figure that out. So I might not stream tomorrow. Jazz of Soldiers on. Yeah, I'm feeling better today. I'm feeling like, well, sometimes you feel like you're pulling out. Sometimes you feel like you're pulling out and you're not really. It kind of goes back to square one. But, we'll see. Also, one of the things the psychiatrist got prescribed to me, because I've always had issues with insomnia. Glad feel better today. Yeah. I might not stream tomorrow is the thing, because I gotta get on that. The week's starting, and I gotta, deal with my insurance for one. I've hated talking about myself for a while, because when I'm in a mood like this, I'm in a very whiny mood, and I don't like it. It's like every little inconvenience is the end of the world kind of mood. Instead of fixing the problems, I whine about them, That's why depression is not great. It's your stream, talk about what you want. I know. Well, I am kind of talking about what I want, because it's easier for me to talk about this when I'm feeling a little better. When I'm not, I'm like, yeah, let's move on to other things. But we'll see. What have I got? I've got the, in addition to my eye doctor, I'm supposed to see them Wednesday, and hopefully they'll get me off the dilator. Hopefully. And then, it'll be a lot easier to see again, unless they got to keep me on. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I was showing improvement a few days after starting the eye drops, but I've been taking them a while. It's annoying. It's so annoying. Especially because I'm not that great at giving myself eye drops, but what else am I going to do? I did discover the best way, because I used to when, my whole life I've okay, you have your index finger, your thumb, you hold open your two lids. And then I went to the eye doctor, and they're like, so pull your lower lid down and look up, please. And I'm like, wait, that's so much easier. Hi, testicle tyrant. I'm trauma dumping. It's not really trauma. It seems like when you're in a depressive spell, it seems like everything's traumatic. And very, very small inconveniences become a bigger deal, And usually I can talk myself out of it. I'm like, okay, let's look at the broader strokes here. You're fine. This is just a minor inconvenience. You just got to do A, B, and C to get it done. But when you're in it, it's hard to see things that way. So, but in addition to that, Monday I have a physical therapist appointment. Now, this was something my dad told me to try and get set up so I could strengthen my ankle. The orthopedist was like, that's not really necessary for a fracture. It's more for a traditional sprain. But okay, so I'll go tomorrow and I'll see what they can offer, and it is towards the afternoon, so yeah, I may focus on some adulting rather than streaming tomorrow. But on the other hand, maybe I'll be it's fine. Maybe I'll start a little later if I can figure out something to do. Maybe I'll try and finish Eggman World. Do I want to try that? Ugh. What a nightmare stage. I think part of what actually shook me up, it's like a chemical imbalance, but it's also material things cause it. My ankle was fractured, That's not a joke. And by the way, I don't know if my luck stat is at 1 or 10. Because on the one hand, I got a catastrophic fracture, not doing anything crazy. I was just walking, and then I slipped. On the other hand, they healed, like I've said, in the exact right configuration. Hi, Kyle. Hi, how are you doing? It healed just right. So, my ankle's going to be a little bit, it's going to look a little bit fucked up, but not that fucked up. Like, it's still going to be usable in a month or two. Blech. But, I can drive. I can do things. I can't, like, go out for a walk, though, which sucks, because that was, like, my exercise of choice. And lack of exercise doesn't help. It doesn't help when you're not in the best mood. It always is a good idea to get some exercise in. There's probably alternatives. I just have never used it. It's always been walking has been my, activity of choice. Look, just replace your leg like you did your arm. Exactly. We need to make Ghost in the Shell real. So I don't even need to worry about any of this. I'll just put my brain in a robot. I'll put my brain in the sexiest robot ever. And then all my problems, all my self-image issues will be nothing. We just need to get into the, we need a tech dystopia. It's probably, in Ghost in the Shell, was it like a class thing? Did other people have access to better stuff? The Major's VA died last year. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot the Japanese one, right? I don't think the US one. Who was her voice? She was someone like a big deal. Major Kusanagi, Japanese voice. Japanese, yes. Atsuko Tanaka. Yeah, she's like a big deal. I'm trying to remember who she's voiced. She was a big deal, exactly. Kusanagi, Atsuko Tanaka, Anime News Network. Who she voiced? Besides the Major? Bunch of video games. Let's see. I'm scrolling. Oh, she was in the dub for Metro and Splinter Cell. Damn. Oh, she's Bayonetta. Okay. Yeah, okay. Azure Lane. I would imagine gacha games get some big names to come in and voice guest people. Chun-Li. Wow. Not in every Street Fighter, but in a couple. Dolly in Toy Story 3 and 4. Whomst else? Okay, this is too many names. I'm like, ugh. I'm gonna go crazy if I read through this whole thing. So I'm just kinda, browsing. Caster. Aren't there multiple casters in Fate Stay Night? Kusanagi, of course. Couple names in Lupin the Third things. They had a collab with Ghost in the Shell and GFL 1. Which one? Yeah, like I said, there's a black screen there. I set up a new redeem and it was working. Oh no, actually that's fitting, isn't it? It's because it's not working as I intended, at least. But you know what? That's fine. Hi, Meowstro, by the way. How you doing? Let's play Pika-Yune Dreams. I don't know that one.
There was a firefight!
Indeed, there was. I'll go back through. I'll fix up some redeems. Maybe get rid of ones that people don't use as much. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Now that I think I'm feeling better. Most important one still works. Kyle, you're the one who uses that the most. I don't know if anyone else appreciates it as much as you and I. It's a newish roguelike Survivor's like pretty fun for real. Ooh. I enjoy a roguelike.
There was a fire!
Okay, don't make me put a cooldown on that. I haven't needed to. But yeah. Ah!
Was a firefight!
Maybe I need to put a bunch of redeems on things. Hi, Chufler. Hi, how are you doing? Hope well. Halo the Master Chief Collection. Which Halo did you play? Chat, why? Still, stop jorking. No, you freak. You freak. What's there to jork to? Started with CE. I hope you swap the graphics back to the original. Because the anniversary edition graphics are not great. They're better in the Halo 2. The Halo 2 anniversary edition graphics are better because they had time to make that work. The first game, when they were working on that, there were a lot of production issues. And I think at a certain point, they just started dropping assets from Halo Reach in there to make up for lost time. Luckily, you can just hit tab and reverse it. Halo 2 looks better. They had Blur do them. Well, they did the cutscenes. I don't think Blur did the in-game stuff. But the cutscenes look very nice. You know? Doesn't, well, I mean, it doesn't hurt that, I think the OG Halo 2 kind of looks worse than the OG Halo 1. I looked this up. It's because that game was supposed to have completely different lighting, different texture lighting, and then they found out, oh no, the Xbox can't handle it. So that's why everything looks really flat. All I know is shoot aliens. Okay, but you just so you know, you can hit tab to swap between the graphics, and I'm giving you my recommendation. The OG looks better. With Halo 2, it's it's up to you. The Halo 2 we got was made in under 6 months. Which is fucked up. It's fucking crazy. It's maybe impressive, in fact. You know? Because that game has a lot of problems. A lot. I think, every Halo game, when I was done replaying them, I was like, what a good game. For its time, and still pretty good today. And then Halo 2, I was like, I like it. I like it, but honey, that's too many brutes. Couldn't you nerf those brutes? Couldn't you, go in and change a few numbers? Either for their health or how many you're, depositing there. That's why it has balance issues. They didn't have time to fix them. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I understand they were doing the best they could. Bungie at that time, they were good folks. Well, I don't know if they were good people, but they made good games. Speaking of which, I still want to play. I want to play Oni. I want to play Marathon, but every time I play Marathon, I get lost. Because those map designs are labyrinthine for no real reason. But that is a game from 94, 95. The Halo 2 and 3 dev diaries are a good watch. Huh. Are those on YouTube? How long are they? Is this a no clip doc? Halo 2 dev diaries. Developer commentary remastered. It's an hour and a half. Behind the scenes making of Halo 2. Is that an actual, No, that's from Bungie itself, so that's probably, mostly promotional. Making of Halo 2 behind the scenes Neo Gamer. The head of Microsoft threatened to step down if they didn't give the devs more time, and they still didn't have enough time. But at least it probably would have been a disaster if they didn't have the extra time they were given. I like your booty, but I'm not gay. I remember 3's dev diary being an hour long. Yeah. Yeah, those might be fun watches. I'm not gonna watch them right now. So to repeat what I said earlier, probably still not gonna make a schedule. this week because I got a lot of things I got to do in real life. I got a lot of, I've got a lot of appointments to do, and I'm also going to have a lot of appointments next week, come to think of it. But by then I should have some things, I should have things cleaned up around here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the urge to clean shit up. Finally, hasn't happened since I busted my ankle. So, but I'm walking around okay. I'm a little sluggish, but I can like put one foot in front of the other. I can walk around. I don't really need crutches for the most part. I still keep them around in case, I gotta walk a distance, because it's probably not a good idea. If you like, I had to, go to the hospital at some point. This wasn't for, well, I had to go to the hospital a few times, but this is when I got my ankle x-ray, and there was a lot of walking. So in cases like that, I'll keep those crutches handy. Generally though, I'm improving is the crazy thing. I don't know. I'll see. Even if like I don't really need physical therapy, maybe they'll have a few tips when I go there tomorrow. Also, by the way, it's only Monday. I'm thinking of maybe not streaming. I'm still, even if I don't, I'm still planning to do it. Thursday, Friday, Sunday. We'll see. I'm kind of winging it. What was I talking about? Anyway, hopefully I'm off the dilator on Wednesday. That's going to be a big hurdle because, everything's glaring into my eyeball and I hate it. It's always better than like leaving uveitis or iritis. It's one of those. I'm not sure which exactly I have. They're like closely related, but I think they're different parts of the eye where you get the weird autoimmune thing happening. As far as I know, they still haven't found out if there's a root cause to it, but I think that's common for uveitis. They like never find out what's causing it. Maybe nothing's causing it. Your eye just like hates you one day and starts attacking you. And I'm like, why are you doing this to me? I need you to see. I need you to get on the ball. But, tip for everyone. If your eye is like red and it's hurting and there is no discharge, don't let them give you medication for pink eye, and see an eye doctor because they need to check that shit out. Your eye's like Ash's hand from Evil Dead. Give me back my eye. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I'm getting the feeling like I'm kind of pulling out of it, but I know I'm gonna like be solidly over a hurdle if I can get off the dilator. I don't know if they're like gonna do some follow-up stuff, because like I said, this is the second time I've had this problem. So they took a bunch of blood, and I think they all turned out negative. There might have been one or two they didn't get to. I don't know if they got to the HIV test, which I know I don't have HIV. Like if I had HIV, I'd have like other problems than iritis, I think. But yeah, I'm I'd like to do more like leaping in with people, playing games. It was a fun time. I gotta change things up. Really. Have that on my list. What else do I have on my list? I was watching before I went to bed. By the way, I was talking. I never said what my psychiatrist prescribed. So I was talking about insomnia. So my psychiatrist prescribed hydroxyzine, which it's an antihistamine, but it's also used to treat anxiety. And let me tell you, don't wait too long to take that, because I took it last night around 1 or 2 in the morning, thinking, okay, this will just knock me out. I'll get up like 8 or 9. I got up like 11. It really, that pill really wants you to get the full 8 hours, whether you want it or not. I'm so used to like going to bed, like it's kind of a struggle. When I hear people say they can like close their eyes and instantly go to bed, I'm like, is that real? Are you lying? Because it takes me like an hour just lying there for anything to happen. And I usually will get up in the middle of the night for, a bit. Usually I get back to sleep. Sometimes I don't, and that's a problem for the rest of the day. But yeah, no problems with that with this medication. I just need to like not pop it at 1 a.m. Apparently, I gotta pop that shit like 11, something like that. Differs from night to night for me. Yeah. Well, I mean, it does differ from night to night for me as well. But yeah, I've just always had issues sleeping, and it's better like when I can exercise, which I have not been able to, and that's been an issue. But yeah, I think what I need to do is like explore new avenues. I don't know. Physical therapy might have tips because I do want to like get my ankle working again, but I don't want to stress it out too much because I don't know if it's like fully healed enough. And like considering how much I fucked that shit up, I'm worried about like, upsetting the very like miraculous balance that I've somehow got down there of bones before they're like 100% healed. I mean, the orthopedist said I still had a month, maybe 2 of like a little bit of swelliness. But I haven't had to take any ibuprofen or anything for it in a good long while. So we'll see. I want my energy back up, There's too many things I've left by the wayside. And I keep up for a while. I've been like, I got to take care of this. And then I'm like, oh, but what about this? And what about this? And what about this? You can't do that until you do that, but you can't do that until you do that. And then I like spin my brain into a state of not getting it done. It's a thing. It's a thing. I think I need to like set up a therapist for sure. Cause I can talk about a lot of this, but there's a lot of things I can't because you are a chat and you are not my therapist. And I'm not gonna like ask you to, fix my brain. Not that a therapist can do that for you. You gotta like be willing to, but they are professionals and y'all are not, and neither am I. All I can do is guess about the Byzantine inner workings of the mind. Okay, but let's see. Before I start disco, and I am gonna play disco. I don't know if I'm gonna like commit to a long stream of like doing the whole thing because we're close-ish to the end. I'm gonna do a few hours of it though. I might make Friday the definite. Actually, we finished Disco Elysium. We just sit down, and I should be off the dilators by then. That was the only thing. Like when I was doing Repo, because the Repo stream went on for a while. Like I streamed a good 8 hours. At one point, I was like, I'm going to end this now because, my eyes hurting a little. And then people were like, we're still playing. I'm like, I want to keep doing that. It didn't like fuck my eye up or anything. It was just my eye was a little bit tired. It was a little bit of a distraction. I was also sober and a lot of people were not. I am not drinking as much as I used to, which is probably good. When I drink, I get 1 beer and that's it for the night. I've had like 2 or 3 in the last week. So it's good. It also, like, the less you drink, the more of a lightweight you are, so less of it is working. The less of it is needed. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Milk spill. Anyway, Anyway, brain issues. I think I've established the brain issues. We finished the second season of Twin Peaks Saturday, so I'm stoked. Regardless if I stream the next few days, movie night will be happening Wednesday again. We're going back to Wednesday because we're not watching a bunch of hour-long episodes. But in the Discord, Wednesday, we're going to watch the movie Firewalk with Me. And we're also going to watch Wild at Heart. 2 David Lynch movies. Very different tones. Both kind of fucked up and weird, but I think Wild at Heart is, for me at least, that's a more fun movie. Firewalk with Me is great, but it has all the trigger warnings, like all the content warnings, just for everyone. There's some dark shit in that movie. Whereas Wild at Heart, graphic violence, all of that, but it does have Nicolas Cage doing an Elvis Presley impression and overacting, and it's a lot of fun. More cartoony, absolutely. It's like, I know it's based off a book, but that movie's basically David Lynch's remake of The Wizard of Oz, his like fucked up, Elvis-y remake of Wizard of Oz. So you gotta like go in with that mentality. And then we're going to take a little bit of a break from Twin Peaks because I've been basically doing David Lynch shit chronologically, slowly. So we're going to watch a couple movies over the next few weeks, and then we're going to do season 3 because that is kind of a different beast from seasons 1 and 2. Besides it being decades later, it's also after David Lynch has kind of changed his style. It's evolved a bit. So we have after Wild at Heart and Firewalk with Me, there's Lost Highway, there's The Straight Story, there's Mulholland Drive, and there's Inland Empire. And those are going to be the 4 we watch. I thought about like throwing on, there's like a much more obscure show that Mark Frost and David Lynch made called On the Air, but I don't know. I hear it's interesting, but I've never watched it. I don't know if I'm going to watch that one, like, in the Discord. Might watch that on my own time. So, yeah, I'm thinking we do that, and then we go back to Saturdays for season 3. I think we can do it I think there's 18 episodes, so you can do that in chunks of 6, like we did the last week. There's also that Netflix thing David Lynch did, but it's meh. What is that? Are you talking about What Did Jack Do? Because that's a fun time, but that's just a short film. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, I think it's a fun time. It's not anything like, essential. It's just a fun little short about a talking monkey. There's so many like little projects David Lynch has done in between movies. They're all short films though. Some music videos, just him kind of fucking around. They're fun to watch. You don't necessarily have to watch them unless you're like really into his movies like I am. I always like to show, well, I don't show it, but I like to direct people to a little short called David Lynch Cooks Quinoa, which is just him cooking quinoa, and then he tells a really, weird ass story. And then he goes back to cooking the quinoa. Oh, that's a classic. It is. How long is it? I might not show it because, in addition to the requests, I got a couple videos I found that I want to watch. Frogmoth. Let me check. David Lynch Cooks Quinoa. That is 20 minutes. All right. So, I'm not gonna watch that right now, but I will. I'll show that one off. I might show that one of the Twin Peaks nights beforehand. Actually, that could be a fun time. But I kind of wanted to. I don't think anyone requested this. I'm gonna show some. I'm gonna show one video, at least, that I just that I was just on my YouTube. This is a Matt McMuscles video about a game that I'm aware of existing from, you know, magazines of the time saying it sucked ass, but I did not play it myself, and that's always fascinating to me. Games that I have become aware of over the years but didn't play myself. This is for Die Hard Vendetta, so I'm curious about this one. And how long is that? I think it's like 15 minutes. So I'm going to pull that one up, and then we're going to give it a look-see. Too many sources. I did clean it up, but there's still too many sources. There's some things here that I like haven't fully implemented, though. Like I've still got Tangia. Never really set that one up. I need to figure that out, because I've seen people like Snufkin May use it. And it seems like a fun time because, you know, it's just various redeems that I think you have a little more control over than just via Twitch and Trigger Fire and Sammy, what have you. You can make it as reactive in Sammy, I think, but you need to do a lot of work. Yeah. All right, so. Oh, it's like 18 minutes. All right, so I want to watch this. There was another video I came across on Blue Sky, but it's like really long. It's like really long. We'll see about that one. It's like 35 minutes. It's about a guy who had a hand in Tetris. It's like a 9-year-old video. Okay, let me capture method automatic. Oh, that's not the window. Okay. I want to make sure that window capture isn't like auto capturing things, because it might show things I don't want people to see. Not that there's like a whole lot of that, other than, you know, when I'm in the middle of repo and Kaiser Bun is directing everyone to the NSFW page. I would rather people not see that, for example, because that would be a problem. Sorry for posting so many Halo videos. That's fine. I know. I appreciate that you're passionate about things, Kyle. It's very cute. Okay. Ad block. Shut up. I don't get the point of this. I don't get the point of the little ad blocker warning if you can just X out of it. It don't make no sense. Great song. We're not listening to that right now, though. We are going to watch a video about some obscure game. How do I want to set this up? Full screen. That seems all right. Let me crank up the volume there. I enjoy this guy's videos. It's to inconvenience you. What? Then that's not okay.
Welcome back to another glass shattering and Hans Gruber splattering up.
Chat, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Sound off below. I have no interest in that argument, but I want to spread chaos and division.
Episode of What Happened, the YouTube-style pop culture media show that
that's what that game looks like.
And offices of the video game industry.
Matt used to be part of the Super Best Friends play. Hi, Glail. How are you doing? Technically, yes. Technically, there's Christmas stuff in it. I don't know. I prefer the Brazil is a Christmas movie take, because it is. It is a Christmas movie. It's just, you know, also about the evils of bureaucracy.
Development stories. Now, if you consider yourself an eagle-eyed and...
Why is the gun on the left? That is interesting. Yeah, you rarely see that. It's always on the right. I don't know. Maybe, is John McClane a lefty? Can anyone confirm if that's canon?
Or brained viewer, you might recall that in our last episode, I stealthily name-dropped Bits Studios, the developers behind Rogue Ops, Constantine, and the SNES version of Wolverine Adamantine
Rogue Ops, have I heard of that one? Rogue Ops is the most generic title of any game I've ever heard of, so maybe. Did you know there's a bunch of Spec Ops games that are not the line that nobody remembers because it was like Walmart bargain bin shit?
But this week, I'll be focusing my sights on the very first project they worked on for the 6th generation of video game machines. But one...
Did they make the GameCube RoboCop game? Did I mention that there's a GameCube RoboCop game? Also, did I? Oh. I did purchase it on sale. I do have RoboCop Rogue City. Maybe I could stream that one. That might be a good idea.
That absolutely did
I love
not
RoboCop.
start there. In fact, it didn't start off.
Actually, RoboCop might not be a bad thing to pair with one of the David Lynch movies we're watching, because there's a lot of like David Lynch people in that movie for whatever reason. I wonder if it was cast by the same people. It has Leland Palmer in there for one. Who else though? It's like a few people. Oh yeah, Miguel Ferrer, Albert in Twin Peaks is the guy who makes RoboCop. Why is Richard Lynch in Puppet Master 3? We will never know. We will never know that. But yeah, there's a bunch of David Lynch regulars in that one.
Off as a lot of things, as we'll soon find out. So grab
the
your
lighting in this looks
white undershirt
great.
And your most trusted stolen
what lighting
machine gun
exists?
as I answer the question: what happened to Die Hard Vendetta?
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
London-based Bits Studios was
Yippee-ki-yay,
quite
melon farmer.
prolific throughout the 1990s, developing a ton of licensed titles and ports for the likes of LJN and Ireme, and eventually becoming chummy
LJN,
with
you
a
say?
little indie company named Nintendo.
What the hell
who
is
published
that?
2 of their Game Boy Color efforts, R-Type DX and the legendary Warlocked.
Oh, wait a minute. I heard of Warlocked. Okay, so like Warlocked, I think I saw it in like an early Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine. I don't remember if they reviewed it. They may have, but there was an ad for it at least. And it's an RTS on the Game Boy Color. And then years and years later, someone brings it up on Blue Sky. And I'm like, everyone's like, I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this. I'm like, I kind of heard of this. I didn't play it, but I'm aware that there was an RTS on Game Boy Color. It's apparently pretty good. It's probably jank because I can't imagine an RTS controlling well on Game Boy. Would you be mad if I informed you that the first exposure I ever had to StarCraft was the Nintendo 64 port, which in hindsight, playing an RTS on Nintendo 64 is mental? You have to like drag with the fucking Nintendo analog stick. That beast.
Around that time,
Same?
they were also
Wow.
looking to make cutting-edge, all-original IP to hopefully break
No one
away
remembers
from the
that.
never-ending cycle of cartoons, superheroes, and action
Simpsons.
films they'd found themselves in. And thanks to their already
knew
existing
about it.
relationship with Nintendo, BITS, which stood for Belief is the Solution, decided to go
What?
all in on the N64.
This a Christian
and
company?
planned not one, but 3 different titles for it. A plan which wasn't dissimilar to Rare's successful period of developing for the console throughout the mid to late 90s.
GoldenEye.
These 3 titles consisted of Thieves World, a stealthy heist game featuring a female protagonist,
Y'all remember StarCraft Ghost? I mean, you wouldn't remember that game because it never came out. I think they leaked a beta back in 2020 that I was unaware of. I remember they were like pushing that for years and years. Like, no, it's going to come out. It's going to come out. And then I think they canceled it because the console generation was shifting and they didn't want to like, port it in a way that would like, utilize the resources, which is a shame. That company also made a Swingin' Ape. They also made Metal Arms, which I think people consider kind of a minor classic these days. I gotta play that one again. Is there a PC version of that, or do you gotta? I think it came out on every console at the time, but you were like a robot and you killed other robots, and then you took their robot parts and put them on you. Let's see. Metal Arms glitch in the system. Blizzard has like 5 to 6 canceled games for every game they actually shipped. I know there's the Warcraft adventure game. Wasn't that the same people who did Zelda CDI, or am I crazy? All right, so Metal Arms came out on every console, but not PC at any point. All right. Did Mandalore Gaming do a video on that one? All right, so I assume GameCube emulator's probably the way to play that today. Yes, it was. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I could get sidetracked a bit here. Let me see. What was it called? Warcraft. Oh, was it literally called Warcraft Adventures, Lord of the Clans? I gotta look up some footage of that. Just real quick. Cutscenes, specifically. Oh, these are all like 2 hours. Missing scene. Here, I can scrub through a playthrough. Mandalore did make a video on Metal Arms. Beautiful. That's an abrupt start.
Footman, clear the road of this scum. Lieutenant Blackmore, sir. I think I found something here.
When did this game come out? We found a baby.
Kill it, sir. Whatever it is.
I mean, the animation's better than Zelda CDI. Oh, it's still goofy. It's Thrall. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I played a bit of World of Warcraft, and like I played Warcraft 3. I don't remember anything about I don't remember anything about the story. I even watched the damn live action movie, which wasn't as bad as I was expecting, but it wasn't very good. It kind of felt like they put so much effort into the orcs in that movie, except for that one that was like a female orc, but they made her just a human. It looked like a bad cosplay. All the humans were dog shit, though. Why that little flappy thing in the breeze? What, is he gonna smash that baby? Yeah, but Garona is supposed to look more human. I could see that. I just didn't. I didn't like their implementation. Half human. I don't remember it that well. I'll be real.
Existence in guarded settlements in the south of Lordaeron. All
Lordaeron
and brotherhood has drained away as water on the blasted plain.
You want to wear boots? Wear some shoes. Is that Clancy Brown? Probably. Punch. I always get Clancy Brown's voice confused with the other prolific Kevin Michael Richardson. I always get them mixed up when it comes to voice acting. They don't look anything alike.
Humans have even begun to use captive orcs as slaves for hard labor.
That's probably Clancy Brown, though.
You may drop the rock now, Thrall.
Yes,
It's Thrall.
Excellent. Now move the
The coloring was wrong for like a frame. I think it was there too. I think this animation has bugs.
Very amusing, Blackmore, but we
I gotta take a look. I gotta take a look at that face there. Why does he have a flat white bar? It looks so goofy. The teeth looks bad.
It's very amusing, Blackmore, but we've all seen orc slaves by now. What makes this one so special?
He was raised from infancy without even seeing another of his kind. His loyalty is to me alone.
Is this
An
canon?
orc who obeys human commands without
If it doesn't
question.
come out, is it canon?
Think of the possibilities.
Preposterous.
Is that so? Wait until you've seen him in the arena.
I don't
The animation's
like
getting
Blackmore.
worse.
What you're
I
doing is
think they
reckless and
like
dangerous.
blew their load for the intro.
Nature. You can't possibly expect us to believe that you came to this creature.
Just wait until you've seen him.
Parts of it are accurate to the
There's
game's
no
lore.
Force of nature, calmly awaiting my orders. He begins to fight only when given permission. He stops fighting at the sound of my command. Oh, and he kills with frightening capacity. But only when I say so.
Incredible, if what you say is true. To control an orc in
That
battle
lip sync.
would be to control him completely.
Alright, I think that's enough. I'm bored. This is way too long. Maybe come back to that one day when that's the
Rika,
focus.
a more Metal Gear Solid-esque action game that had at one time dazzled Nintendo so much they were interested in publishing it, and finally a high-octane first-person shooter called Muzzle Velocity.
Muzzle Velocity!
As promising as all these projects
Yeah, it
were,
is on the
each one
left.
beat
It's
double
very
fate
weird.
That would either cause them to become something completely different or cease to exist altogether.
Oh,
Thieves
no.
World went through several iterations until it eventually turned into Rogue Ops for the GameCube, Xbox, and PS2. Rika was continually delayed again and
Oh.
again until Nintendo seemed to lose interest, while Muzzle Velocity wound up catching the eye of another very
Oh.
different publisher in Fox Interactive.
Oh, they
They're
retooled
obviously
it.
known
They
for their
retooled
vast
it.
catalog of
Many
licensed
such cases.
fare, such as The X-Files, Aliens, and The Simpsons. Just
The Simpsons
literally cut to
wrestling.
any Simpsons clip, please.
Dear Die Hard, you rock. Especially when that guy was on the roof.
That'll do. Back then, Fox also put out original franchises
Croc.
like Croc and one-off releases like Motorhead or N2 Nitrous
Motorhead.
Oxide for
Don't forget the
PlayStation.
Joker.
But while they were interested in the technology and action of Muzzle Velocity, they felt the concept needed additional marquee value. So the idea of attaching one of their franchises to it made a certain amount of sense. And you can't really fault the thinking. GoldenEye for the N64 was doing blockbuster numbers at the time, and hell,
was.
the Die Hard franchise itself had enjoyed plenty of video game success with both the Sega beat 'em up and Probe Entertainment's Triple Threat trilogy action game. Therefore, getting
How's the Die Hard trilogy? Is that like a hidden gem or a piece of crap?
First-person shooter seemed like a no-brainer, which is exactly why Fox did no such thing. While only 3 years old at that point, Die Hard with a Vengeance had been a box office success, but for whatever
With a
reason,
vengeance.
Fox Interactive's first inclination was that they needed to promote something more
Very
current.
simple and
So
arcadey.
What film was hot? What did Fox pitch instead of John McClane blasting baddies
That's-
out of a
that
building?
seems fitting.
Well, that would be Sandra Bullock slapping saps on the high seas.
Oh,
Yes,
Speed
Fox
2.
proposed a game based on
We watched this in Discord. This movie's terrible, but Willem Dafoe kind of saves it. It's, you should watch the first Speed, not this one, in my opinion.
Speed 2 Cruise Control, which would, for a time, cause Bits to have to figure out some way to take their largely urban-based FPS to
They were gonna-
work within the confines of an out-of-control luxury
They're gonna make
ship.
this into a
Now,
Speed
if
2
you can
game?
believe it, this baffling decision wouldn't even be the weirdest fact about this entire project, because the
That's
development
pretty
of
weird.
Die Hard Vendetta still had plenty more of those left in the chamber.
Yeah, let's go.
One Speed 2
However,
Cruise
we
in a
are about to hit the ad break, so we're gonna. Hi, Willem Dafoe. Let us go to ad break with this charming photo of Willem Dafoe's hair from Speed 2. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have to do anything. I've still got plenty of water, but there's the ad break. Maybe I'll just, I'll empty out my bladder. Don't need to go, but might as well top off the emptiness of my bladder. Be back in a minute. Hi, Big John. How are you doing? Hope well. Hope things good. Yeah, I might play that RoboCop game this week. Who knows? Yeah. Oh, stopped a little early. Yeah, it's like I played the Terminator game by that same studio, and it was a good old fashioned 7 out of 10. Sometimes you want a 7 out of 10. Not enough good 7 out of 10 releases these days. And I imagine the RoboCop game similar. Let's see. Get rid of you. And hello, Willem Dafoe. Let us continue learning about the Die Hard game. One of them.
Critical and commercial failure, as well as very public derision. It's often cited as one of the worst sequels ever. Plans to promote it further with a video.
I mean, you have a movie with Keanu, and then you make a sequel with no Keanu. What do you think's gonna happen? Like, I don't know. Sandra Bullock can't really... Sandra Bullock's no Keanu. Or you should say that other guy is no Keanu. I don't remember the actor. because he's so forgettable.
Video game were quickly scuttled.
He's a good villain, though.
For the backlash to the film was the lackluster script, which might have been due to the fact that it was never written with the intent of being a sequel to Speed. Originally, it's
Fitting. Yeah, that's like a classic. That's a classic thing that happens. They take a thing that's got nothing to do with the original, and then they retool it to be a sequel. I don't think it ever works out. Unless there's an example of it working out I'm not thinking of.
Script was made for a completely different standalone action film called Troubleshooter, but it kept being passed around and passed on by various movie studios as the idea of a runaway ship simply wasn't deemed as very compelling. Then, in the definition of a full circle moment,
funny thing about
was
that,
rewritten as a Die Hard vehicle and might have actually become the third movie in the series. That is, until Bruce Willis thankfully rejected it on the grounds it wasn't very good.
Everything's connected.
I guess I gotta do Speed 2 now. Jesus.
Imagine Bruce Willis passing on a script because it's not good. That man has no standards, but he lucks into good scripts every now and then, or did. Pretty sure he's retired because he's got some brain things going on in his age.
Anyway, back to video games. With cruise control out, Die Hard was back in, and thankfully the work Bits had already done on muzzle velocity wasn't too far removed from the types of scenarios typical for action films. The original premise had centered around a SWAT team member named Jack, who had to take down various violent gangs running amok in downtown LA.
There's also the Bruce Willis video game,
2 out of his
Apocalypse.
Still, though, they had a lot of work to do in regards to rewriting
based on no Bruce Willis movies. He's just in it.
Films, with the most obvious being the main villain, Piet Gruber,
the last 100
late Hans. To get
movies.
A bit more insight into this phase,
that's not an exaggeration.
Derek Siddle, an artist who worked directly on Vendetta, as to how Fox and Bits got on once the game transitioned over to Die Hard. I do know that there were some good relations between Fox and Bits. However, my view was that they were less interested in gameplay and more obsessed over their IP and story/dialogue. I certainly felt the games industry back then had more aspiring filmmakers than gameplay designers and producers. The term cinematic experience was often bandied around. That being said, many of us were all new to this. We all came from a world where games were super hard with obscure puzzles, where it was almost expected that players would not finish a game. I cannot speak ill of Fox or Bits.
Funny about that.
I will say this: we did not always see eye to eye, and
which, you know, being influenced by movies is fine. Kojimbo's influenced by movies. However, Kojima also understands video games are their own medium and uses those aspects as part of the experience. Whereas a lot of other game devs like that, they'll like go, we need more and more like yapping, maybe.
Many times struggle.
Maybe that'll make it like a movie.
Point of view. Now, during all of
even
that,
if it doesn't
things
fit the
weren't
game
going smoothly with Bits' other projects either. While Rika was meant to be a system-selling showpiece for the N64, as its development dragged on, it was clear that the aging hardware didn't have much gas left in the tank, especially when Nintendo started showing off Dolphin development kits behind
Genius
closed
Kojimbo
doors to
loves
various
movies and he makes
studios
cinematic games.
He
does, but they're games. There's game mechanics. They are integral to the experience. Yeah, video game-ass video games, exactly.
In Rika's case, it turned out to be the former. This meant that a lot of pressure was put on Die Hard 64's development, even though its
64
hadn't even been made public up until that point,
this was an N64 game originally? That's kind of like Eternal Darkness, right? That was supposed to be an N64 game.
These waters were further
and then they had to
muddied
move
when
it to
in March
GameCube.
2000, IGN straight up asked a Fox Interactive producer about the status of the rumored Die Hard 64, to which they replied, and I quote, "The game is just a rumor, and to be honest with you, I don't see it coming to fruition."
That's what Blizzard should have said of StarCraft Ghost.
Or never existed to begin with. The truth was a bit more cheeky. Die Hard 64 was indeed never coming out, but Die Hard Vendetta was. It was decided that since the N64 had petered out faster than expected, that the project would transition over to the
Had no
GameCube,
games.
which was
That's not true. It
convenient
had,
as Bit Studio's
like, maybe
relationship with Nintendo
20
had
games.
given them access to early Dolphin development kits.
Still end up
In
being the
exchange,
best game
Nintendo
Silicon Knights ever
reportedly wanted
did.
an exclusivity
What, not a
window
Two
for
Human
Vendetta,
fan?
which, while making sense,
That
was
was a
much
game.
to Fox's chagrin, as they had historically stayed away from supporting their hardware in the past. Regardless, the team were busy focusing on the day-to-day development,
Sure
which
was.
would sometimes throw some very sudden and random monkey wrenches into their way, such as implementing Vendetta's Hero Mode feature. On
Hero
episode
Mode.
329 of the Retro Hour podcast,
That's
Steve
a
Goodwin,
confusing
Vendetta's
title.
lead programmer, recalled a 1999 work trip where one of the senior Bits producers met with Fox Interactive executives in LA, which wound up giving the team a whole lot of extra work. During this trip, the producers
I wonder if anyone has
caught a
dumped
showing
Too
of
Human to
The
be
Matrix,
emulated. They
you may
probably
heard of it,
have.
were subsequently blown away
They
by
dump
the
a lot of
various
games.
slow-motion action scenes. Upon the Bits producer's return to London, he demanded that Vendetta should have its own version of bullet time. Fortunately, Steve Goodwin
It should
was
have
able
it
to
should
get
have bullet
working
time. It
within
should have
the
survival
days, and
mechanics.
although
It should
looked
be a
cool, since
roguelike.
it wasn't originally part of the game design, it led to some issues. Up until that point, Vendetta's gunfire was all hit scan based, meaning physics-based projectiles weren't actually being shot across the screen. So for a
was a
slow-mo effect to
360
function
that was a
properly, they needed to
360
fundamentally
exclusive?
change how the game
Well, maybe we'll get a
handled bullets,
recompile
which
of
was a
Two
good bit
Human.
of work they hadn't originally planned to do. Other problems cropped up as a result of working with the Die Hard IP specifically, such as not being able to use the likeness and or voice of Bruce Willis, which was due to the high cost of
Can
hiring him,
confirm.
or perhaps some disagreement with
Can
Fox.
confirm Two Human is on Vims. Found it. Yeah, they've dumped pretty much everything. Not every little game, but you can usually find it, regardless of quality. Which, you know what? Everything should be available regardless of quality. Everything should be archived.
Apocalypse was a brand new
Yeah, there it
IP
is.
specifically built around Bruce's involvement, but for Die Hard,
Apocalypse
it seemed to
by
always be
the
an
Tony
issue,
Hawk
which is why
guys.
his likeness was never used in the arcade game Die Hard Trilogy 1 or 2, or even the PC-only Nakatomi Plaza. So Bits had to model McClane's face to be
I've
more
never-
generic.
no, I've
which
heard of
Eric
that one.
Seidel greatly lamented.
Not
as
much.
He was able to create a very accurate version of the character.
Hello,
who was told could not
Edisky.
be
How are
used.
you?
As for McClane's distinctive
well.
cadence, Bits had to use a sound-alike, but even this
you're having a good
process
Sunday.
proved to be extremely tedious and frustrating, as Bruce Willis's lawyer had to be
Well.
present for all VO recording sessions to ensure that the
I hear
performance
ya.
didn't sound identical to his client. In that Retro Hour podcast,
Two Human is a game that deserves to be archived for historical significance. It obliterated a studio. I don't know a whole lot about that game. I think I might have even had that game. Well, I mean, I think somehow my brother had a copy of it. I assume purchased used, because no one wants to pay full price for that. But I've seen gameplay of it.
Steve
On
Goodwin
Two Human,
also explained
I would
that
imagine.
to get the best performance, Bits had to start employing some reverse psychology, praising certain line readings as sounding exactly
Just
like
gave it to
Bruce,
you for
even
free.
though they were
It seems
far
like a
from it,
game they
which
would give
caused
away
the
for
lawyer
free at
to
some point.
agree and then ask for a retake. But when the sound-alike did deliver a very accurate McClane-esque line, they would downplay it, saying it wasn't close enough to Bruce, which produced the
Oh,
desired
no.
effect from the lawyer, who would then say, "Oh no, it was fine, let's move on." And while that's an issue that was relegated exclusively to audio, a bigger issue cropped up where Bit started realizing that transplanting McClane into Muzzle Velocity's gameplay style felt weird and was doing a bit of a disservice to the character. If they wanted this to truly be cinematic and feel like one of the films, plopping the reluctant and relatable hero into urban war zones just so he could mow down dozens upon dozens of bad guys didn't really feel like Die Hard, but more like Commando. So Steve
Yeah,
Goodwin and others
it's not really like the first Die Hard. I don't remember this. I mean, I remember With a Vengeance. When was the last time I saw Die Hard 2? But like the whole appeal of McClane is that he's not superhuman. He's just, crafty. He does a lot of stealthing. He's more like, Yeah, I mean, his name's John McClane. He's supposed to be an everyman who just happens to have firearms training. And he gets fucked up by the end of every movie. He's always covered in blood. It's not really, you know, he's not Duke Nukem, unfortunately.
Decided they needed to retool many of the game's levels and set pieces, wanting players to have to think on their feet with various non-lethal weapons, contend with traps, ambushes, and hostages, and having to occasionally use stealth and planning to succeed.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Agreed with this shift, redesigning much of the game in this way led to some unavoidable delays. Much of the game in this way led to some producers.
Galaxy Thief 3. Is that Final Fantasy The Spirits Within? It looks a lot like that. Was that a Fox movie? It looks like the title to me. Let me double check to make sure I'm not wilding out. Okay, so it's not... No. Wait. Hold on. This is for the original motion picture soundtrack. But I think it's fine. Okay, is it just me, or does that look like this? Oh, I just plopped the link in. Okay, a little bit. I don't know. I thought that might have been a promo thing. But, you know, I don't know how that's supposed to promote it.
Agreed with this shift, redesigning
reason Sakaguchi left Square, according to the classic Mega 64 video, it is. Hi Glue, hi, how are you doing?
Although the last few months of
hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Sunday, unless it's Monday where you are. I don't think it is.
Evidenced by two specific events that Derek Seidel described.
Thank you for shouting. Yep, out of time.
I got married in the summer of 2002, and I had worked long and hard to get the game
Still
to beta
Sunday.
Before heading away for 2 weeks. It seemed
it is what happened though. And then he became a rap artist.
Level could not be used in any shape, way, or form. It was a faithful recreation of the Getty Center in LA. Lawyers were all over it though, and we were told we could not have it. This level looked amazing before I left and was a fabulous introduction to the game. So
and then Grand Theft Auto 5 did that, but they didn't call it the Getty Center.
Nights and weekends to create a new first level, repurposing every asset/animation to a new location.
Lawyers
are did save the project. The second
not helping
that comes to mind is on the day of us handing over what we thought was the final version that our producer had to fly to Germany to hand over. We broke the build. I seem to recall we had locked the frame rate, but an intern broke the auto jump.
What?
That key areas of the game could not be completed, which introduced a major bug. The race was on to get a hold of him before that build got submitted.
Brother's a lawyer. He hates his job. I hope you're not. I hope your brother's not working for big Hollywood studios.
Die Hard Vendetta's chances of being the next GoldenEye. Chief among these reasons was being exclusive to the GameCube, which famously wasn't the place where third-party titles tended to excel, which was further bolstered unbolstered, more accurately, by the fact that
starting to be a veterinarian now.
Very interested in advertising it, at least in North America.
Well, I'm happy for him.
There were never any TV commercials.
I hope
Vendetta, but
dealing with sick dogs makes him feel better than lawyering.
The PS2 and Xbox.
Me too.
Were also EU exclusives, which was really an indicator that Fox Interactive, the US side of them at least, couldn't really be arsed at that point. This This, however, might be because that Vivendi Universal were in the midst of buying out Fox Interactive at that specific time. While
Everyone's
establishing
buying
their own
Fox all the
sub-label,
time.
NDA Productions, to help advertise games for the European market, hence why its logo is on the EU version of Vendetta, and was most likely why it got more advertising over there. And despite Bit Studios' good intentions, Vendetta wasn't very well received regardless of the territory, getting mixed to poor scores from most outlets, with a 7 from GameZone being on the highest end. These critiques cited the dated graphics, frustrating mechanics when it came to
It's an
saving
N64
hostages,
game.
an overall lack of balance
Of course
when
it's
it came to the
dated.
difficulty, and various control quirks, which all made for a clunky experience. And while he didn't know the exact numbers, Derek Seidel's understanding was that Vendetta also sold poorly on top of it. And despite there being internal talks at Bits about developing another FPS using the same engine, the studio were too focused on wrapping up Rogue Ops to seriously consider it. Things then ground to a
Rogue
halt
Ops.
in 2008.
Y'all remember
when
Rogue Ops?
Playwise,
'Cause I
Bits'
don't.
parent company, sold off all their technology and assets and quietly shuttered the studio. Not quite the exciting, explosive finale you were expecting, I know, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Fortunately, Derek, and I'm sure other members of the team at Bits, learned a lot making Die Hard Vendetta, which, as we've seen, was a development cycle that was always under unideal circumstances. The game should have had 3 or 4 more months to polish / playtest and balance out. We were racing towards the finish line because of the time and money spent on the N64
Game
version.
dev.
If we did
It's a
not
nightmare.
get it finished, there would have been a good chance the game would have never come out. We all knew the issues with it, but we just had to let it go, learn from it, and move on. Everyone on the team / company gave their best, and while a difficult production, I had nothing but fond memories of the times and people I worked with. It was the best of times, even if it is not the best of games. Thanks once again to Derek for sharing his insight in today's subject. And if you know of any other catastrophic capers in the video game or movie industries, let me know in the comments below.
Sure.
Or send a
How long is the
sarcastic
Too
and
Human video? Because I'm curious. I might be reacting to things for a little longer. I'm glad for the events that brought me here. Yeah. Muscles and Too Human. When did this come out? 6 years ago. That's a while back. 15 minutes, about the same as the other video. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Oh God. Fuck off.
Welcome to another
this is before he had the,
disastrous episode of What Happened,
Avatar.
a show where we right the wrongs of Father Time, who tries to gloss over embarrassing
Viral from
failures
Gurren
with
Lagann
the
said that.
passing
Oh
of the
yeah.
ages.
It's been a while since
That's
I
not our
watched the
style,
entirety
though.
of the Gurren Lagann game. By the way, I think this is from the Rambo game that was also made by the RoboCop Rogue City devs. That one fascinates me because it's extremely bad, unlike their other games, and it's a rail shooter. I'm willing to bet it wasn't supposed to be a rail shooter.
Oh no.
That's my guess.
Here we focus a
Also made a video on that.
spotlight
Oh
of
my God.
shame on bumbling video game buffoonery. And when you think of bumbling, a state where you constantly shoot yourself in the foot, miss golden opportunities, make the wrong choices, and generally screw everything up, well, no story does that
Foreshadowing.
better than the one about Silicon Knights and Too Human. Like many episodes of What Happened, we have to look deeper into the past to understand why the
Daikatana.
hell things went down.
I played a bit of Daikatana. I stopped because it was boring. Maybe I'll give it another go
the
one
way
day.
they did in the future. Bearing that in mind, we need to travel back to the romantic Baroque-like time period of 1996.
96.
Silicon Knights had just released the game that would spawn the entire universe of Kain, Raziel, and the realm of Nosgoth with the seminal entry Legacy of Kain: Blood Omen, where it was published
Oh,
by
yeah,
Crystal
I forget that
Dynamics of
that was their
Dexfam
joint.
for the original PlayStation. Things already get really bad really fast, as a dispute soon arose between Crystal D and Silicon K, both alleging that they controlled the IP and disagreed on what to do with it. Crystal eventually just
Gex
pushed
or Too
forward with
Human,
their own
guys? Who
sequel,
win?
cutting Silicon Knights out of the deal, even though the original Blood Omen had been a moneymaker. Not taking that lying down, Silicon Knights fired back and sued their one-time partner to try to block the release of the forthcoming sequel, Soul Reaver, claiming Crystal had stolen one
More
of
like
their
Sodium
unused
Knights.
storyline ideas. This is important because it's a great
I gotta
example
play
of
the
how
Legacy of
salty
Kain
these
games.
Silicon Knights can.
Legacy of Kain seems entirely like my shit. I just haven't, got down and played them. I wonder if I should start with Blood Omen or Soul Reaver, because Soul Reaver seems to be this series people really like. Oh man, yeah. And then I know there's Legacy of Kain Deception. I think I have a few of these games like distributed between Steam and GOG. Blood Omen's an interesting game. It's a top-down like Diablo-y game, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding.
Can really get.
But I had no idea she was motivated by such petty revenge.
They eventually decided to settle out of court, and the publisher of Soul
Diablo-type
Reaver,
hack and
Eidos
slashes.
Interactive, quickly bought up Crystal Dynamics, who went on to be the superstar studio we know today.
Gex.
Silicon Knights, however, moved on to a new concept.
Unlike the DMC,
one that
like
was
hack
about
and slashes.
futuristic cybernetic deities,
Hack and
and it
slashers.
was called Too Human, and hoped to release it in 1999 on no less than 4 PlayStation consoles.
What is this? Final Fantasy on PlayStation? Oh god. Oh god. This is a long time frame. That's never good when it takes this long to make a game.
Compact discs. That, however, clearly never coalesced, which is something of a running theme with SK projects. They instead focused on their new IP, Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, a title
gotta play.
revolving around old gods and interstellar horror. But with both Eidos and Crystal D out of the picture, who would publish this mature-themed action-adventure? Why, Nintendo, of course! Both companies struck a deal, and they planned to
Nintendo!
release the darkness at the tail end of the N64's life cycle. This, however, was not meant to be, as Sanity's Requiem was cancelled for the aging hardware before being moved over to the GameCube, where it finally saw release in 2002. Nintendo certainly needed as many mature-rated games as it could grab for its purple lunchbox, and Eternal Darkness wound up selling fairly well and reviewing better with critics and fans. Things seem to be looking up
Is that
for
IGN?
Silicon Knights as they eat fans.
Who was that?
Fans.
Except for this dork. I don't know who that is.
Things seem to be looking up for Silicon Knights, as they even got to work on the legendary Metal Gear Solid franchise, a deal that was only possible due to their close association with Nintendo. The mouthpiece and founder
Twin Snakes is okay. People will say that it's better to play that than the OG game, and I vehemently disagree. Because, the OG game is very balanced around its own limitations. And then in Twin Snakes, it's like, here, have first person, so you can just walk in a room and snipe everyone. And it's like trivial, because that mechanic works in MGS2 because there's verticality and whatnot. You're not able to like walk in a room and cap everyone, but they just plopped it into the first MGS, and it's like, okay, now the game's like, you can't frickin' lose. This guy is the centerpiece of the entire debacle. Where is this guy now? I wonder.
The St. Catharines-based developer Dennis Dyack is even quoted as saying in an interview with Nintendo World in 2003, "When you think about Silicon Knights and you think about Nintendo, if you're going to view us as a separate entity or as
Currently directing Dead House Sonata. Not that many credits. He was chief creative officer on X-Men Destiny in 2011, and now he's working on something where the release is to be announced. Upcoming free-to-play cooperative action role-playing game. I'm already falling asleep. Spiritual successor to Blood Omen Legacy of Kain? I'm sure it is. This online action role-playing game is exactly like Legacy of Kain. Will be free to play with microtransactions. Was announced in 2018. This shit's never coming out.
As a traditional second party, you're probably going to be wrong on most accounts. We highly collaborate with EAD all the time. In many senses, we're inseparable. I like to consider us basically a team that's inside Nintendo. That's really it. Then
we're up in Mario's guts.
In 2004, less than a year after that interview, Silicon Knights announced they were separating from Nintendo.
Whoopsie-doodle.
Microsoft announced a trilogy of Two Human games, released the first and only one to critical and commercial failure, and closed down a few years later. So what happened? Two Human had hitched a ride with a number of consoles throughout its long gestation period. First on the PlayStation, and then appeared in FMV form from the GameCube at Nintendo Space World in 2000. They always seemed to give the impression Two Human would be epic and ambitious, and Silicon Knights were always pushing to use better and better technology to achieve the game's scope. When you looked at their output for Nintendo during these early aughts, however, you saw an N64 project upscaled to the GameCube, limiting how good it could look. You'd see a remake of Metal Gear Solid, a project they obviously lacked full control over. They were raring to launch into full development of their next game once their schedule was clear, and it was obvious they wanted that game to be Two Human. Now, since they were inseparable,
don't make anything
a
precious.
Team within Nintendo,
is the lesson.
SK got to see the early prototypes of their next console, the Wii, and with a late 2006 release date planned, it would be the hardware that Two Human would run on. Silicon Knights, however, was not happy with this, as they wanted to work on the most cutting-edge machine they could get their hands on. Convinced Nintendo was making a huge mistake, they asked for their second-party status to be dissolved and quickly struck a new deal with Microsoft in early 2005. Around this time, a problem that most developers faced when working at the dawn of HD gaming was being unprepared for the complexity and ballooning expense of building their own game engines. So, Silicon Knights chose the most popular
directional light shafts
one available.
High quality depth of field for filmmakers.
The early builds of Two Human that were shown to the public in the years leading up to launch.
People, y'all need to cool off the depth of field. Like, I know you think it's cinematic, but sometimes it's just hard to see, and it really taxes your GPU. You gotta. I'm not anti depth of field, but I'm usually anti depth of field because game creators can't do it well.
Launch were not met with enthusiasm, citing unstable frame rates, texture load-in problems, and clunky gameplay. The title had been in development on and off for the better part of 10 years at that point, so people were expecting to be impressed, and it just wasn't happening. During this tumultuous time of development, Dennis Dyack became increasingly irritated at online critics, the trade show circuit,
he's one of those guys
under a constant microscope. So much so that in August of 2006,
it's always
rumors
good.
started circulating that Silicon Knights was.
It's always good to fight people online. It's a good, you're not putting time into the game. You're putting it into, Twitter. Was Twitter a thing? I think it was. No, this is from 2006. Where was he posting this shit? On the official forums?
Was unhappy with Unreal 3 and was considering dumping it altogether. Dyack himself squashed these rumors, claiming they were completely false, despite the fact they were completely true.
Ha!
This will be war.
Unreal Engine 3, people don't really like that one.
Popped up in July of 2007, Silicon Knights
I don't think I really like it.
Over the tech they had provided in Unreal 3,
I gotta
citing the engine's unreliability and poor performance as the reason Two Human was stuck with the stigma of negativity,
name off the
namely
bat
the impressions of their
which
previous
games
E3 demos. They
Which
also
games
claimed
used it?
Epic held back documentation and tech from their licensees so that their own games, like Gears of War, would look and perform better, thus sabotaging competing products. And one of the more outlandish details of the suit is that Silicon Knights demanded that Epic be forced to surrender all profits garnered by Gears of War as a result of all this nefarious misconduct. Epic, for their part, made a brief statement saying that they would fight these allegations as they were completely unfounded.
I mean, what? They wanted all the money because they were mean to them? I think he mentions later that Dyack posted on NeoGAF. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember what the big posting machine was at the time. It was probably NeoGAF. Oof, that's like petty. That's like not even if there was like misconduct on the part of Epic Games going, you owe us all your money for this game franchise. That just doesn't make any sense. This game franchise we didn't make.
Meanwhile, Dennis and crew had already apparently dumped Unreal and were rebuilding 2 Human from the ground up with their own tech. Whew, bad move.
Yeah, their own engine.
It's a good day to
Their own engine. That's when
always is.
The
you know,
lawsuit.
Sometimes it works out. 99 times out of 100, it does not.
Dragged on and on, completely bypassing 2 Humans eventually.
Especially when you don't build the game from the ground up on that engine.
Release in 2008, which received, shall we say, tepid critical response. The game still didn't perform all that well technically. Lots of people disliked the control stick only combat. The game felt overly grindy and repetitive, and the story was a bit too stilted and flat to make up for it all. Dyack was right that the game already had a negative stink around it, and while a decent percentage of this had to do with those earlier demos, a decenter percentage had to do with his own conduct. His war with NeoGAF.
Yeah.
The lawsuit itself.
War with
lots
NeoGAF.
of comments in several interviews where he was having a moan about various aspects of the gaming industry.
Wait, can I read that again?
He's having a moan comments in
Silicon Knights ordered to destroy all unsold game using Unreal Engine 3 award to Epic Games doubled. What games used Unreal Engine 3?
several interviews where he was having a moan about various aspects of the gaming industry. These things didn't help, because ultimately 2 Human never managed to sell over 1 million copies, which is pretty dismal for a big budget Microsoft published title during the heyday of the 360. The only thing more dismal would be if Silicon Knights somehow failed in their lawsuit against Epic, which, they did. In January of 2014,
Not surprising.
6 years after 2 Human hit store shelves, a jury rejected all of the claims made by Silicon Knights, so the Ontario developer saw no compensation at all. But in the most stomp a guy in the balls while he's down moment ever, the jury found all of Epic's counterclaims against Silicon Knights were completely valid, and therefore had to pay Epic $4 million in damages, which was later hilariously increased to $9 million.
Oh no. You would have been better off not even starting this whole process. You should have just not. This is why you should not be anxious to sue people unless you know you have a case. So 2 Human used Unreal 3. They just fucked with the engine. Oh, so it wasn't a completely original engine. They just tweaked a few things. That's plagiarism. I love lawsuits. I cannot stop filing lawsuits. Americans be like.
The court found what was deemed as overwhelming evidence that was contrary to the original suit's claims, where SK alleged that they completely rebuilt 2 Human from scratch in their own engine, and that not a single line of Epic's code would remain in the finished game. As I'm sure you can all guess, it turns out lots and lots of Unreal code was still left in the game, and poorly hidden to boot. This infringed on Epic's copyright, so the court also mandated that all non-sold copies of 2 Human should, nay, must, be destroyed. Not only that, it had to be deleted off the Xbox Live Marketplace as well, so now it no longer exists in the Digiverse either.
Ooh, Boca and the War game.
Silicon
Banger
Knights
movie.
Dearly. But the company was already struggling long before that.
Good luck ripping out all that code.
Death blow. They had numerous failed projects that never even got off the ground, with both Sega and Activision following the release of 2 Human, with such names as The Crucible, The Box, and Siren in the Maelstrom, and the less said about
The Box. The Box. Would you play a game called The Box? I mean, maybe I would, but not like a AAA game. I'd be like, really? That would be a good title for like some horror slop, something like that.
About X-Men Destiny, the better.
Highway
Honestly,
Coyote.
That's a whole other can of crap. But the history of failure at Silicon Knights doesn't stop there. We would be remiss to not mention the spectacular shit show that was Shadow of the Eternals.
What?
In a bid
What
to
is that?
recapture their glory days of 2002.
Never heard of this.
Dyack, now having rebranded himself under a new company, Quantum Entanglement
Quantum
Entertainment,
Entanglement.
tried desperately to crowdfund a spiritual successor to Eternal Darkness in 2013, about a year before their lawsuit against Epic crumbled.
The world is a rough place, my dear. It couldn't hurt to have a little help.
The Kickstarter was vague, shady, and was asking for well over $1 million to fund just one episodic chapter in what was to be a line of games that would carry on the narrative. Unfortunately, with all the ill will Silicon Knights had garnered over the years, it was clear that the project wouldn't even come close to its price tag, and thus the campaign was cancelled well before the funding period.
I mean, who's gonna trust this guy?
Much like the old gods it took inspiration from, though, the project simply wouldn't die and relaunched on Kickstarter months later, providing more clarity and having dropped its cost to around $700K. This didn't help, oddly enough, as Shadow of the Eternals failed once more and missed this new goal by a good $300,000. While you'd think the game would be seemingly canceled at that point, Mr. Dyack assured people 2 years later in 2016 that it was still being worked on with a very brief and basic teaser video, but has remained quiet about it ever since. Now, what about Epic Games?
Fortnite.
You know, they're doing fine.
Has Fortnite been around that long? Jesus.
Well, the company officially ceased to be in 2014, and the rest of their financial assets were taken away in the lawsuit, and Mr. Dyack seemingly hunkered down in his new company, Quantum whatever the hell, and is pretty busy doing nothing. A good amount of research went into figuring out what his company does exactly, as its website mentions they always something to do with Pacific Rim and the Scott Pilgrim movie, but it's unclear what.
Your cousin is running for mayor?
Be a weird YouTube channel.
Is that a
talks
reference?
About the successes of yesterday, Eternal Darkness, Twin Snakes, and the like. We honestly can't figure out.
Or is your cousin actually running for mayor?
No video game, television, or movie projects of their own during the entirety of their existence. Is it a front for the Canadian Mafia? Maybe.
Yep.
And with that, we say goodbye to the saga of Silicon Knights and 2 Human. A project so disastrous,
that's a shame.
It literally unraveled time to destroy itself in the future and scrub its DNA off the internet forever.
Well,
the moral of the story,
still going around.
Stuck with Nintendo. If you have a nose for failure and want to throw those stinky video game turds on our stage, suggest one in the comments below or send me a
it's the Aquaman
email to mattthemuscles@gmail.com. Thanks for watching.
Some people speculate that 2 Human was Dyack's pet project, which is why it was pushed that hard. Look, sometimes you just gotta let a thing go if it's not working. you know, cut your losses, take what you've learned, maybe even repurpose some assets. You know, you can do that. Who cares? You know, it's a new game. Well, anyway, video games, their creation is depressing. But you know what's not depressing is the collapse of society thanks to unfettered capitalism, which is why I'm gonna play a little disco. I've been fucking around for a while. And I would like to, I'm not gonna finish the game. I'm not doing a long ass stream. I'm gonna do a bit of disco, however. We were in the middle of the church part. Also, I'm not gonna lie. I've been trying to avoid save scumming. There is one check that I may save scum because it is very important to me that I get that check for reasons the real ones will know. Anyway. And I have to, oh, you're still here. Also, you're still here. Do some cleanup. Clean up, clean up. Everybody clean up. We don't need Sonic Underground. Not anymore. I'll pull you up Sonic Underground GIF if we go back to Eggman Land, which I'm not looking forward to the day it happens. Maybe this week. Maybe. All right, you're set up. I gotta move myself because of the game. I'm gonna wait until I'm in the game, so I'm not blocking any text. Zaum. What a shame. Speaking of companies that have been destroyed by horrific people up top. All right, yep, we are in the tent. We solved that riddle. Oh yeah, Kim's still outside. I think this is decent placement. Actions. Every time I gotta change where I'm auto moved depending on the game. Okay. What were we doing? We're turning the church into a meth lab. I think we're kind of easing off the meth lab, sadly. Oh, I'm getting button prompts from my controller. I don't need that. Unplug. All right. They have anything more to say to me?
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes, lost in the music. Sensing you, he opens them.
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
We have turned Egghead into a neoliberal. All right, turn you down a little. Yeah, that'll do. I think there were a couple quests we were working on. I don't know if we need to go right to the church. We don't have a perception check. Some of these checks I don't have access to anymore. Policeman cloak, what? Oh yeah, because I never did. It's gone. It hit a little hiccup. Yeah, I can't do this one, but it's still on my list of checks. We got the mirror, encyclopedia. Back at my place, but it's a little late for that. Map wall, interfacing challenging, wash basin. Huh. Wash basin. Which one was that? It's a hand-eye coordination check. It is down here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's okay. Okay, yeah, that's if I want to shave my mutton chops, I do not want to. Church doors, I don't have that. All right, let's check our tasks. What is no? Find your heraldic bird. How much money do I have? Did I find a new thought? Lumpty Dumpty Dom Center. No, I've already looked at that one. Help Ravers start a nightclub. Become a man of plenty. Check back on the monument reconceptualization later. Well, I don't know when is later. Determine where the shot came from. Sync the signs with Noid. Make Van Ake's jam harder core. Help Egghead with the beat. This may take a while. Noted. So probably not yet. After you've helped them set up the nightclub, offer figurines. Help Suna with her project. Oh, bring the offsite copy back to Suna. All right, so I don't see anything else. So I guess I'm gonna go right to the church. There's some other little tasks we can do with like reading stuff. I got $30, so if there's some extra time, I'll do that. Hello. The same address the lead programmer of Fortress Accident was looking for. That's, yeah, we found some info on the computer. Hey, we found your thing.
Yes, what is it?
She doesn't look up from the keyboard. About the offsite copy you asked me to bring. Or, hey, about that 2mm hole again. Do we have new questions?
The swallow, you mean? What about it?
Nope.
Great. Thanks. Yes?
I brought you the filament. Give her the offsite copy.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
Yeah, what's going to happen now?
Now, I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Sorry. She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door. What are you even hoping to find?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
Yeah, probably draw comparisons between this and Too Human. You know, too much ambition squashing a project, and then a copy that you think is good just vanishing forever.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out.
Play it cool. Now what? Something's very wrong with that filament memory. Step back. Please just stop. Stop playing with this thing. Something's wrong with it.
Sona doesn't reply. Her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it.
Where? Lean closer. I can't see anything. Where?
Hold on.
She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. Can I do anything? I'm still not sure it's a good idea, tinkering with the unknown. Say nothing. Can I do something?
Shh. Just give me a second. I'm almost...
She clocks up her typing speed.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Kim is so impressed.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
There's joy in her voice as she bumps her fist in the air. You did it! You found the coordinates! Oh my god, congratulations. So where? You did it!
I found the coordinates!
She lets it... Yeah, she did let out a celebratory laugh.
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart.
Yeah.
Great job.
Oh my god, congrats!
Thank you!
She yells back with a grin.
Time for a celebratory drink.
It's a little loud.
Just
but
thought.
Electrochemistry, that's not related. Okay, sure. So where is it? Where is your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow.
She points at the other end of the church where a group of water bowls form a ritualistic arc.
Think you can help me again?
She tilts her head, eyes sparkling. Sure. Do I have a choice? Sure.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double check my calculations. Just
okay.
Walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
I don't have a ruler. Sure.
Thanks.
Should I write that down? I don't remember if that's the thing I need to do. Third bowl 2 to the left, fourth 5 to the right. It's not gonna... Oh. Maybe I should write that down, because it's letting me select all of them. Don't remember this bit.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it?
Okay, but alright, how do I... There's a thing that lets me check dialogue I've seen, right? Where is that?
Great, thanks.
Where is it? Trying to remember. Inventory. Not you. There's a dialogue log, right? I haven't had to use that before. Do. Huh. Sure, I found it. What does she mean third? It's not how they're really placed, is it? Oh, I just select all of them.
It's awfully silent again.
Okay.
As if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still.
Okay, so it doesn't matter which I select.
Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor.
Do the first one?
It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound.
Move the other one.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall.
Thumbs up?
Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place after all.
Physical instrument showing a little bit of restraint in a place of reverence. A church built in the name of some war criminal bitch. She doesn't look up from the keyboard. I moved the water ball with the bowls to the right position like you asked. What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops biting into her chapped lip. Put some Burt's Bees on that shit.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong? Okay, let's get this party started. What's wrong?
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones.
Oof.
If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Wait, why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place? Isn't it just going to be silence and nothing else? Yeah, isn't it going to be silence?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything.
Anything.
I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist?
She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin.
What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
She grows silent, her face very pale in the cold light of electricity. What? You're overthinking this. You're right, we should be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Nah, I'm a superstar. You're overthinking. Hit the switch.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
It's scary, but we have to face it. Hey, I don't think I want to do it anymore. Seems too dangerous. We have to face it!
Yeah. You're right. Let's do it.
She puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press unmute on the keyboard.
The lieutenant takes a step back.
Oof.
And then, nothing. Nothing happens.
No.
Sona Lokanen Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence.
Can you hear anything?
She doesn't answer. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
I want to snooze that ad, but I've already used a snooze? When did I do that? Well?
Damn it.
I'm gonna snooze. She lets out a loud sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Come on, did you hear anything? Well, at least the world seems to still be all right. Look around. Did you hear anything?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Okay.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No.
She rests her face on her hands, massaging the forehead.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it.
No noise.
But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is.
Fuck.
You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Perception. Oop, 17%. We did help Egghead with his jam, and we found a melody for Egghead, but it's a low 17%. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Let's see if I can up my perception with anything I have. Oh my god, Tumichi. Are you still here? I got you confused with Steeled there. Your names are the same color. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Hi, Tumichi, if you're still around. Hope you're doing well. I think you're streaming at some point today, so you may be off doing that. Let's see. Perception, perception, perception. That's -1 perception. I have something bringing my perception down. Oh, these glasses. Okay. Do I have any glasses that up my perception? I think I asked that question last time. And the answer was maybe not. Oh, these boots impact my perception. I don't know. Oh, because they make me taller. That makes sense. Kind of. Composure. I could also take a little speed to help. All right, that's as good as we're gonna get with clothes, but eliminating that one perception remover by would have helped. Here, let me replace my glasses. Why not? All right, how's my health? Speed, do you impact my health or my morale? I've got healing for that as well. All right, and once again, that weird inventory glitch, which won't stop happening. Like, I know they stole this game from the original creators. You'd think they'd iron out some of these bugs, unless it's a weird thing on my end. All right, and let's heal up a little.
Yes, what is it?
58%, significantly improved. It is a white check, though, so we can try it again.
Everything.
Yeah!
Disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace.
Might need to snooze that out again. And I'll run out of snoozes, no.
And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean? Yes, but can I hear anything? What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere. A weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Suna, take off the headphones. What if we just need a better sound system? Oh!
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
I know.
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates
I know.
the walls, causing a small patch of decorative
Maybe I won't
stucco
snooze us
to
out.
crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds for this place.
Murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
Yes, but they could help with the speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary.
Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would, if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you. Sure, if you agree to let them build their drug lab. I mean, let's not bring up the drug lab.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Yeah!
Brilliant negotiating there, detective. As always.
Yeah, don't mention the drugs. Great, I'll go talk to them then.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks.
I'll let you...
Officer.
Yeah, I'll let you work in peace now. Okay, well, the ad's gonna hit in like 20 seconds. I'm gonna take this brief moment to move in that direction, though. Story games, always a chore to negotiate with the ad times, you know. Oh, hello. What's this? Probably because my perception's up. Full of holes, could the post hide treasure? Look inside. Oh, there's booze in there. I found booze, and that is a good way to cap off this section. We are going to go to break. I'm going to... Do I need more water? I don't need more water. I could use some more. Okay, so I am going to do that. I will see y'all in a minute. I'm back. Took a little longer because I remembered my eye drop that I hopefully don't actually need. Don't ever get uveitis, and especially don't get uveitis and think, you know, I just have dry eye. It's not dry eye, which also isn't great. But uveitis can turn into glaucoma, which is possibly the worst. Although you do get that weed. You get that medical weed. Anyway. All right. Do I have any? I think I might have some interactables I could do. I'm going to leave that for after we're done with the church, though. I'm going to take whatever I've got and all my money and put that toward frivolous shit. Because you can keep doing... What if I talk to her? You can... there is no, like, limit. Yeah, it's still locked. I'm guessing it will unlock if I complete this quest. You can like go as many days as it takes, but there is kind of a point of no return. Hello. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. Well, you know, let's talk to Egghead first. Let's not talk to Egghead first. Let's talk to Noid. Nope.
Offside, man.
Guessing the signs are...
Getting us into the church would help.
I'm guessing signs are not gonna be in sync until we finish this quest.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Oh, do I have to go?
Yes?
Ah, here.
What's the deal?
Good news, I managed to convince Suna she's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition, she needs her speakers for her project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music.
Great. The Speed Freak smiles, happier than he's ever been before. I'm glad I have kickstarted another subgenre of electronic music, because there weren't enough of those. At least it's not metal music. There's too many metal genres. You're going to have to share space for a couple of weeks until she gets her research finished.
That's fine. We can manage.
He grins, excited. I'll up the volume a little.
And you haven't changed your mind about our little side business, have you?
I'm a man of my word. I like drugs.
All right. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Leave the tent. So wait, how long do... Check up on Suna's project after the ravers have moved in. How long is a couple hours? Should we, in that case... That's the one I already checked, right? No, it's not. There's more. Stuff. Precious log booze. Oh. Sure, I'll take that. Okay, sure. More money. That's gonna go to frivolous things, for sure. Did I already check these guys? Wow. Just upping my perception a little bit has proven to be a great help. Wait, are there other logs? Where'd all this money come from? Magnesium. I'll take that. Free mag. Oh, this one. Sure. Just by upping my perception by, well, actually upping it by 2. What about these other ones? No? No, I see nothing. Maybe I'll... Instead of fast traveling... Well, that's as much as I'm gonna up my perception. Oh, I also have a drug. I also have speed. I've taken speed. Let's walk back and see if that's going to reveal any containers. I love containers. I've never been able to activate that orb down there. I don't know why. That orb hates me, but it does. You know, because, you know, the drugs are going to wear off, but not if I'm not doing anything. Although, what about that project you had going, my friend?
Tequila,
sunset.
No. We can get more stories from him if we want. Maybe I'll come back. Why am I going all the way around? It's a little inoptimal, unoptimal, not optimal. Anything in here that I'll notice? No. Inoptimal, unoptimal, de-optimized. Already activated those. All right, I don't think there's anything new for me to find, unfortunately. That was handy though. I've got $35. Oh, hello. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. Lorinia Dudesco. Yep. Okay, into the bookstore. Should still be open, right? Yep. Even though it does seem to be getting a little late in the game.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
That's the most expensive thing, so yeah.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
D&D is a cult, isn't it? What we got here?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books.
I can only afford one, and I won't have much money after, so maybe not yet. See if I find more money. And if there's time left over, then what does it matter? Well, it might matter a little. I'm gonna save my money for healing. What do we got, though? What can I interact with? We got the book. I wonder if new options pop up because of hit dialogue checks.
Blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the.
Because we've heard about these
each time
tattoos.
the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it, but nothing familiar.
Will it be the same dialogue since we know something?
For you to discover.
Yeah.
Someone closer to someone.
Yep, nothing new. All right, so there's the mug.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
I want to get into that mug talk again.
But it will not happen.
No.
The mug talk is exhausted. It is time to return to work.
No mug. Mug gone. Handwritten note from the fridge.
The note is written with a blue pencil.
Nothing. Tape door gunner mega mix.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader.
I've played the tape before?
Command set.
I don't remember that.
The tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a
I don't think I did this.
I can almost see the elephant.
Oh wait, yeah, it's that guy. Okay, yeah, I've heard this.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Added.
I think we've got a few more questions.
I could talk to Classia, but I don't think I have any more checks with her unless she's gone. I don't think she is. She might be. There's been some developments. All they said was a few hours. They didn't specify how many. Is there still speed in there? No, that's just going to be dialogue options. That's why. It's not marked as a straight ahead container. There she is.
I was just thinking, what a nice
Still locked.
evening it is.
Still locked.
Part in a murder
Nope. Waste of time. Well, let's hang out here while I go back. I already read this, didn't I?
The face of King.
Yep. Stock certificate, already interacted.
Adamantly resists devious use of.
Okay. Fractured bullet.
The bullet is still safely sealed up.
Mm-hmm. Map of Martinez.
Feature.
My badge.
A police badge.
You.
There it is again.
I already did that. Okay, let's check out the board game. Sorry, I gotta move Chatterino. A high pasternal fantastique populaire board game illustrated with bucolic vistas and featuring odd-looking humanoid creatures. It's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module and can't be played without the main game.
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features
I just read that.
odd-looking humanoids. Some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings.
Examine the box.
Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel adds a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Look at the back.
A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral.
Yeah.
Behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles.
Fuck
Discard
nations.
Electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets.
Yeah, bitch, magnets.
Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?
Yes, we're ready to take on this challenge. I'm not sure I can handle all this responsibility. Definitely not. It sounds too dangerous. I'm ready.
Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice.
I don't want to read a manual.
In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
No wizards. Open the
You
box.
pry open the box. Inside you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
Yeah. No more wizards. Not after Sonic Unleashed. Look at the map.
A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names.
Why no
In addition
large
to
cities?
meadows, forests, hills, lakes, and seas, also with odd names.
Brack Hawk at a poke at a lake.
It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
This map has nothing to do with my life. Look at the booklet.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
Read about the Welkin.
The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight.
I see a bit of a multi-class type
The Welkin
race.
come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Fuck them Bosmer, though. Am I right, Nerevar? Read about the Dwargir.
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers.
I just noticed there's no, well, actually, that's not true. I was gonna say there's no dwarves and Elder Scrolls, but then, oh wait, the Dwemer. But aren't the Dwemer more like elves? I don't know. I gotta play Morrowind again.
The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, Shield Dweorg and Dark Dweorg.
Shield Dweorg is very specific. They just love shields. All they can craft is shields in their great furnaces. Read about the humans.
They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
Boring. Read about the fairy folk.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies.
They're fucking gnomes. Wait, then what are the pygmies? Read about the pygmies.
The least popular of the Wirral races.
Wait, no, those are gnomes.
Short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the pygmies.
Oh, they're hobbits. Noted. Why are they so unpopular? Hobbits are awesome. They live the best lives. They just hang out in the fields smoking dank kush. It's awesome being a hobbit. Look at the dye.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy.
I got some custom-made dye. Take the dye.
You place the die into your pocket.
Ah.
It's always good to have luck on your side.
Okay, is that a thing I can interact with? I will check. Look at the, I can't look at my inventory and dialogue. Look at the figurines.
You see a man in ragged clothes, wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh, interesting. A communard.
A what? What's so interesting about that? That doesn't sound very Wirral-like. I mean, we know what a communard is, but yeah, it's not very, canon, is it?
It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Does this mean we can't play? Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the Revolution. That sounds cool.
Good luck finding people who'd want to play as communard.
Take the figurine.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it.
Close the box.
A colorful box with the title Wirral in bold letters. It's a board game.
Put the box away. We have items. Shit. What a nice little figurine. A turn-of-the-century leftist revolutionary in ragged clothes. On his head lies a lopsided hat, seemingly an Ushanka. In his head he carries a little musket. That looks awesome. I want that. This basic 24-sided role-playing die can be used to get results for several dice. It's made of Eastern Seminese snakewood and embellished with plant motifs. It reminds you of Plain and Hill Welkin. Note, look at the map tab and journal to see which white checks have opened. What the hell? Not many. Not many. I should have gotten this earlier. Shit. In fact, none have opened. Whoops. Okay. What a shame. All right, should I check to see if they're finished? If they've set things up? Anything new from you assholes?
Again?
Nope. Nope. Hi, I stopped obsessing over my sexuality, sir. Bye. I'm just hunting around for more things to do. You?
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
I talked to Joyce. The merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you. Oh, yeah, we got new dialogue. This is important info.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
That's exactly what I mean. They're snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down.
Nervous snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal, and they're coming for you. Forget I mentioned it was... Yeah, they're coming.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
Probably get some guns, you know. Some Kevlar vests.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us, and Glenn is fucking crazy.
Glenn is invincible.
A well-oiled murder machine.
He punches Blondie on the shoulder.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor, though?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
Oof.
That was an unsure phrasing.
See what? That they don't? For your sake, I hope you're right. They don't. We've researched this. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
No, I unlocked the thought cabinet. He takes a sip of beer to bide his time, then tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
To headshots. You confident in your marksmanship? This Crenell is bad news. You know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum.
Who and who?
You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy Army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. Don't forget, we're listening in on their communications. Their shit is way apart.
Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody is controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
Or it's not that reassuring. Okay, conclude with a shrug.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus. I mean, okay, you've got this. You've got the numbers. I mean, okay, I'll be on your side when they come. I mean, okay, I guess I'll be gunning you down right alongside them. I don't look. I am no communard, but you got the numbers probably, but a lot of people are gonna die, likely.
Goddamn right we do. We done it before. Ain't that right, fellas?
Fuck yeah, we have. Battle-hardened urban soldiers, man. We got the guns and the reserves.
You ever fought anyone?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
We got
gangs.
reserves. We can call in reinforcements.
This guy will be the first one to bail.
Yeah, probably. I'm going to leave. Well, at least we've given them a heads up. That's something, but I don't think I told them anything they weren't already aware of. Let's see, what else could we do? I could try talking to Sylvie, couldn't I? Wouldn't go well, but
Inside, you see a set of steering levers,
I think there might be some extra dialogue there.
a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel.
This is Precinct 57. How does this like... Sylvie, yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need to tell
Oh,
me?
there's nothing. Never mind.
Anything else
Maybe
I
that
can
was a
help you
red
with?
check.
57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
I mean, tap on the fuel
Radio.
preheater
As you
gauge.
tap on the gauge, the indicator pin.
I never
jerks
did
as
that.
if Startled. It's in the small blue sector, indicating the engine is cold. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
I wonder, before I head back, if the dice maker knows something about this dice. Just curious. Oh, my speed wore off. No. It was up here. Oh, yeah, light. Where are you, light? You are... Wait, here you are. I'm just curious. I don't know if there's gonna be anything. I've never tried.
Oh, it's you again.
Nope. Unless I could wait, can I order a die?
Again. I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just.
Nope. Okay. Can't order another die. That might be a little OP on being able to unlock every single check. Alright. Wait, how did I get in here? Is it faster to go out through the bookstore? I think it might be. Or maybe not. Yeah, we're running out of stuff. Is there a check I can try here?
Shelves filled to the
That's locked.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
Interest in that Greatest Innocence book. That is less money.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Medicinal purposes of the pale. It's $4.20, and it leaves me with a little bit of cash. So, yeah, let's buy a book.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Let's learn about the pale. We learned about the pale. Let's learn more about the pale. Small green book giving off a peculiar foreboding impression, although it's hard to figure out why. It describes the various ways of healing debilitating ailments through the use of pale, some of which sound implausible at best.
Medicinal purposes of the pale. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Open the book.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pale. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's a pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials.
Clinical trials.
The timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors.
This is RFK's guide for running our healthcare.
It's all quackery, in other words.
God damn it.
It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Is there anything in there about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
I just want something that will soothe the relentless torment of my existence. Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover? Yeah, I just want the hangover. Fuck the memories.
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here.
Ooh.
Want to give it a shot?
Rub your hands together. All right, book, let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Ginger root, a sprig of French mint, common meadow rue. Ginger?
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Mix it with a dram of whiskey. Boil it with a tea made from birch bark. Mash into a paste with some aloe vera extract. Nah, whiskey.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
A few pomegranate seeds, a spoonful of sugar, some wild ginseng root. I love me some sugar.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite.
Make a hot toddy.
If only you could find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book said it's good for you, so it would be okay.
Yeah, if Google AI says it's good for you, it must be.
Would you like to try again?
Yeah, let's try again.
Very well. First, choose a base ingredient.
Let's see what we got. Sprig of fresh mint.
You'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Tea.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Ginseng?
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus.
It's the same result.
In your experience, it's only done the opposite. If only you could find one of these. Would you like to try again?
It's all a bunch of hooey anyway.
Very well.
What
First,
if I...
choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to... Lastly, you've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. If only you could... Would you like to try again? Very well.
Okay, is there a good combination? All right, let's stay away from whiskey and ginger. Fresh mint?
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient.
Aloe vera?
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Pomegranate?
You've created a delicious tincture.
Wait, what?
If only would you like to try again?
This is all the same stuff. No, this stuff is all a bunch of hooey anyway. Close the book.
And find yourself staring at the familiar cover once more.
I want to try concoct one of those hangover cures again.
Very
What?
well. First, choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to combine the... Lastly, is there anything... You've created a delicious... If only
What?
would you like to try again?
What? These are all the same.
Very well. Next, lastly, you've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger.
That's the only thing.
Would you like to try again? You closed the book.
Put the book away. That was a waste of time. Ugh. I don't have anything I can sell. Shot put ball. I don't know what I'm going to use that for. Production schedule. Not sure I can use that for anything. Can I even sell that? That's another question. I want to hold on to that just in case. We are looking to give figures, aren't we? Lieutenant's handkerchief. Do I want to sell that? Is the bookstore closed? It is late. Am I not going to be able to come back in? I think I've done what I can with the production schedule. Could sell that for big bucks, maybe. And I could buy those Him Dollar Man books. Although, actually, a lot of time has passed. You know what? No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until I'm sure I don't need any of these items. I think I should be able to sell them. Why am I not fast traveling? Because fast traveling is for non-gamers. I am a gamer. I never fast travel. I'm just doing stuff. Wait, where? No. Up here. We don't need to go through town. Should be good to go by now. Oh, I have to go through town. Never mind. Never mind. No shortcut. Oh, yeah. It was up all the way up here. Oh, yeah. We are going. No, wait. Are we going to the church? I wonder if it's going to be an empty tent over here. There is no tent. Okay, they've moved in. It's also past my bedtime, I'm realizing. Not that I have to stop at bedtime. I don't know if there's any cost if you take too long to get to sleep. Hell yeah! Alright.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000?
Not really. It's a little small for that. He waves his hand in an unbelievably lame, non-hardcore manner.
Static vibrations. Totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too.
He looks at the imposing black box in the corner that's churning out the sound.
Now, the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
What do you propose as the name? Andrea, Cell, Egghead, Noid, Suna, Kim? I'm gonna ask Kim first. I think I ask everyone.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
You fucking stick in the mud.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
Is he around?
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
Yeah, he can give you new inspiration.
I don't care.
I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Don't be prejudiced. What do you propose as the name, Andre?
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Meh,
Andre's overthinking it.
says the girl with the microphone.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Lloyd's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Sal, what would you suggest?
How about something simple? Like the club?
That sucks.
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real.
Yeah.
Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Hope Punk. Hope Punk. No irony poisoning. Egghead.
Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yekokata. That's kind of dope.
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe.
Hell yeah.
That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the nega!
Name it Chernobyl Land.
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
No, give me your 2 cents.
The amnesia.
Ugh, that reminds me of too much of my life.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys.
I mean, that's an okay name. Just call it Amnesia. Get rid of the. That's why it's not called The Family Guy. By the way, is that new discovered pilot? Because I swear I saw that on the DVD set, but people are claiming it's the never before seen uncovered pilot video. So I'm not sure who to trust. Is my memory faulty? Am I getting gaslit by the Family Guy fandom? The Fansley guy? The Fansley guy. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Suna!
I don't.
Oh.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
I think I've come up with a name.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Title drop.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky?
She said the title.
Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
Wow, that's like subtext or something.
The past is the future, but the future is dead.
I don't know if that's hopeful or bleak.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
Ooh.
And short. And memorable.
Yeah. Did they make a meth lab to fund this game? Is that what they're suggesting?
It's settled then.
Ooh,
Everyone
level up.
Welcome to Disco Elysium.
Do I want to open up a check or do I want... I think I only have one more slot. Questions. What do I want to potentially open up? Volition. Empathy. Reaction speed. We got 2 empathy checks. So that seems like the one. Can I up my empathy? Oh, shit. I can. Cool. Yeah, I don't know if there's a point where you're not going to be getting any more skill points. I have to say, like, I started thinking I was going to min-max, and I never min-max this game. You know, I'm always like, no, I want to hit all the checks, you know?
Andre breaks into frenzied
Which I,
dance-like
you know,
motion to
I don't know if that's
celebrate the
possible
name.
at this point.
Someone turns up the beat.
He's going. Disco dancing.
You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
Start tapping your foot. Observe his movement. Start tapping your foot.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
Observe his movement. What are you doing, Andre?
I'm dancing.
He performs yet another strange pattern of moves, but doesn't look very cool or modern. Honestly, it looks kind of lame. We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing.
Yes, my man.
He jumps up and down with glee, his moves punctuated by the stroboscopic flash of the club lights.
What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Dance is an art form. You turn your body into a tool of art.
Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better, but the beat is still so weak.
Savoir-faire, 28%. Okay, maybe it would be better if I up the beat, although that might unlock the white check anyway, if I up the beat. I mean to ask you, what's with the hair? Let's ask that.
To express my individuality.
What? Okay, what's your individuality like, my man?
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Or is it because you're balding?
Or because I'm balding, yes. I want to
Ah,
fuse the remains of my hair together before it leaves me.
fuse them together?
I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old you think I am. I'm 20.
How old are you, Andre?
Not 20.
Oh. Is it important for you to be an individual?
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical spikes.
Just like Sonic. Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway.
Dance Fever incoming, found the melody. Should I give it a try now?
Goodbye, officer.
Let's see, I can up my savoir-faire, can't I? Close. Anything bringing my savoir-faire down? No, I've got a +1 to savoir-faire. No. No, that's minus savoir-faire. Shit. Unless I want to do more speed, which, running out of morale, running out of magnesium. I'm gonna come back to it. I've got an empathy check.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree.
That sounds like a nightmare.
And yes, I'm being more like Contact Mike.
Yeah!
Don't even bring it up.
But Contact Mike is...
No. I actually wanted to thank you for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Well, empathy needs to be... it's not great, but I can probably fix that up. But now can you tell me about your associates?
Sure.
Ooh.
You helped us out.
Maybe this'll help
what
the
do you
check.
wanna know?
Tell me about Suna.
Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time.
Nope.
But earlier today, she told
She's
me
a
about
programmer, of course she
welding,
isn't.
And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
What about Tiago?
Oh, the Crabman.
Oh, the Crabman.
Devils me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters. I just tried to stay away from the Crabman. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
Oh, he talks to Noid. What for?
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
What does he do up there? Two crazy autistic people vibing. That's what it's all about.
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower?
Thanks. About the
Who
others.
do you want to know about?
Tell me about Andre.
Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least.
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have taken a hit, or she's on an upswing.
Yeah, drugs.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place.
Mm-hmm.
He's an organizer.
What has he organized?
Nothing.
Oh.
But then again, there's nothing to organize around here either. He really wants this church thing to work.
I see.
Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury.
Augury.
I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent.
Ah.
I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched.
Ah.
Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high.
Probably a little column A, a little column B.
I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
On life? On his mother's love? Relax, girl, we're police officers, but we're corrupt, rotten to the marrow. You can tell us about drugs and shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Yeah, drugs, shit, fuck. We don't care.
He smirks. I love you, Kim.
Yes. Anyway.
Is Andre your boyfriend?
Yes.
She nods. Tell me about the
Who
others.
do you want to know about?
Tell me about Noid.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the
Egg's
rest
a
are from
mystery.
Fourburg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Palaceum. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
Hardcore! What does he do? What is this pilgrimage you're talking about? What is this pilgrimage?
It's just something poor Fourburg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible.
Walking's nice. Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Let's say I haven't been down Boogie Street. Oh, I'm sorry. Have I not told you I'm a raging alcoholic who recently drank himself into an oblivion so deep he can't even remember what sounds like the biggest street in the city? Yeah.
No?
Well, I am. Because I'm not. Now tell me something else about Noid. Well, I am.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
I might just do that if I make it there alive. It's unlikely I'll make it there. Chest pains, need to continue drinking, but thank you. That's a little bleak. That's a little bleak.
Yeah.
She says, then opens her mouth like she's about to add something but doesn't. What does he do?
What do you mean do? Like for a living?
Yes. No, I meant for breakfast. Of course, for a living.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that. In a shop somewhere.
What kind of mindset is that?
He abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
Sure you do. Tell me about the others.
Who do you want to know about?
What's the deal with Egghead?
What do you mean?
What does he think he's doing when he yells all that stuff? Where's he from? How long has he been with you guys? What's he doing?
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
He told me as much, but what exactly is a party boy?
Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Fuck rock. Rock's dead. Goddamn right. Rock music is the coolest. Rock music forever. No offense taken. Go on. You don't have to tell me rock music is dead. I abandoned rock music a long time ago. Can't disco to rock. Yeah, I mean, we've been discoing. We're not really a rock person as far as I know.
Okay.
She nods.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
I see. So he is the Flava Flav to everyone else's Chuck D.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
He looks around, a little embarrassed of the enthusiasm of his interjection. You got something to tell me, Kim? Where's he from? How long has he been with you guys?
Actually, we don't know where he's from. Or who he is, really.
He's a mystery.
One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Fourburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
the worst of the banlieues. A
Banlieue.
wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Gemro, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachol. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Oof. There's a lot of towns like that in America, I tell you. If you ever, I once drove Route 66 with my dad, and it's bleak. It's bleak. There's freaking abandoned shacks all over the place. Like, no one's doing anything with them.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City.
She nods.
Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak.
It
was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine.
Jermaine.
People are sweet.
She says quietly.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two.
We didn't talk about Egg at all. We talked about her thoughts and feelings, I see. Tell me about the
What do you wanna know
others.
about?
Actually, do tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Yes, I forgot. Tell me about
I
yourself.
told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of something.
What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
You have to answer me. I'm not really an authoritarian this playthrough. Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some other questions.
Sure.
Oh. Catch the silver bird. Reaction speed, legendary. We've got a new check. Is that a white check? It is a white check. All right. I don't want to try any of the checks just yet. I want to talk to people and see if I can get those up. Then I will go around collecting checks.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
He looks around the hall, examining the carpentry.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me,
Ooh.
I don't know if you've noticed.
We've
this
synced.
about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority, but you
Yeah.
really came through for the hardcore underground.
I always do come through for the hardcore. I'm hardcore.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
What else have I been doing but wasting time, Kim?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. Estelle using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
These kids got spunk. I admire that. Better here than in the tent. It wasn't safe. I'm genuinely into the hardcore lifestyle you wouldn't understand. I'm a corrupt cop, Kim. This is a corrupt scheme. I did it for mankind. For all of mankind. I did it for us all.
Okay.
The lieutenant keeps it laconic.
I don't believe you actually think you did it for all mankind. But whatever keeps you in high spirits is okay by him.
All right, the ad break is gonna hit any moment now, so I'm gonna take a quick break. We're gonna continue. We're gonna grill these people. Gonna learn about the Anodic hardcore underground, and I too will become one of the youths finally. Be right back. Hello. Am I hemming and hawing a lot this stream? I've like mentioned that I have had a speech impediment since I was a kid. Like when I was a kid, I would like, you know, I would start saying something, I would stop in the middle of the sentence, and then I'd pace around for like a minute solid trying to figure out how I was supposed to end it. I'm getting a little self-conscious about that tonight. I don't know why. I don't know why. Is that happening? Is that annoying to listen to? I'm overthinking it, aren't I? Let us continue. Seems fine to me. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm overly self-conscious lately. I'm working on it. That's fine. But we are talking to Noid, aren't we? That is our concern. Noid, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
He rubs his hands together. Say that as a carpenter yourself?
I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveler. Made me a bit manic, you know.
A little too neurodivergent for the workshop
I
world.
regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that work collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days.
You're not going to ask me how I knew?
Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools.
Oh. I could have figured that out myself. Whoops. Not a very good cop. How old do you think this church is? Over 300 years?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude, the sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
Yeah, life sucked, says the pilgrim.
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
His voice echoes in the wooden cavern of the church. What style is this church built in?
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism, lawmonger, huh? It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
I'm not an art cop, I'm a superstar cop. Okay, and what is DeLorean architecture like? Is this cottage core?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
What would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical.
It's a metaphor.
Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
Marriage is shit, yeah. Hey, marriage is great. Marriage is sacred. This church isn't painted white as far as I can tell. Yeah, it's really not.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside. Before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Not well preserved.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss. Slowly peeled by the wind, your skin crawls from the sensation as you look around.
What did you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
First, where's that quote from? What you're saying is you're not a big fan of the Inocentic system. What you're saying is religion has stopped being hardcore. What exactly are you saying? Where's that quote from?
A Sarais man who lived a long time ago. An ancient hardcore brother.
What you're saying is religion has stopped being hardcore.
It never was.
What?
3,000-year-old regime of history, built by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false to the core.
Kind of based.
The way he says it, the force in false core is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
But you guys said the Ecclesiastes were all about love and hardcore before, remember? I even agree with you about the Ecclesiastes being okay with this. And you propose dance music will supplant this system? Will it?
Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
We're gonna dance away all illogic.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with.
Shut the fuck up. Don't you have to be on drugs for that, though?
Only a little.
Cool.
It's a necessity. All large human gatherings are narcotic. It's just the way of the spinal cord.
There is a difference between narcotics and group elation. One kills you, the other does not.
Drugs are bad, okay?
The supercharged humanism that the innocentric system has been feeding us on giant city squares, that's not a drug. The sugar and wheat it feeds us is healthy.
Good point.
Forget it. It would become an imbecilic discussion. You two continue. It's more hardcore that way.
Kim, debate me, Kim. How do you like the glasswork? Point to the stained glass window.
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye.
Oh, that's her Innocence Dolores Day. Mind your words. I'm getting some real negative vibrations from her, too. You wanted to get inside the church, and now you don't like the stained glass window. Well, he doesn't have to like all of it. Yeah, I don't... She's a war criminal.
No wonder. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Yeah, probably not.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Not anymore. Well, not that mass murderer anymore. She's dead.
Mass murder on the floor.
Whoa, this is a lot. But she's the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a pretty big deal around here. But she's pretty. Yeah, but like, who isn't accused of being a mass murderer these days? The resettlement programs were totally okay. I'm a big fan of resettlement programs for some reason. I do feel there is something terrifying about her. Isn't she supposed to be an embodiment of the world spirit? Would you say she was, you know, human? Yeah, I'm done talking about her. I don't want to think about her anymore. But she's pretty.
She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and iconographers. You set the standard, all right.
Very flattering image. Maybe she was not that good looking in life.
Then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core.
You're right.
So-called beauty of hers.
You're right. I like it harder core. Then it seems I like it soft because it's anything but soft core. It's terrifying. I like it harder core.
In the true life of tomorrow, every woman will be an innocence.
Base.
They will wear neon headbands and leggings, and they will glow in the dark.
His eyes smile enigmatically. All women are a part here. All women party.
Oh my living God. It's there. Suddenly you feel like you need to plummet into it. Look away. Say something.
Do feel there's something terrifying.
There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
No, that's not it. It's something more. Something closer to your skin.
Take her down, crash it, destroy that window. Keep it, keep the beautiful sharp shards, keep her long face and her hair. Say nothing, stare grimly into the distance. Take her down!
Will do.
The speed freak nods and pets the toolbox as if it were a cat.
No, Noid. Stop twisting my melon, man.
Don't twist his melon.
It'll be our thing. Plus it keeps the cold out.
Replace it with a different window. I mean, maybe I should keep it up for historical reasons. Not all of these seem to fit me. I don't want to say I like resettlement programs. Would you say she was, you know, human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator.
Not a smooth operator.
That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, But they hate me, and they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
Yeah, they hate this too. Point to yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. I have thousands of fans. I'm surrounded by love and support all the time. She was a player. She played us all. It's just a game to her. I'm a cop. I'm a superstar cop.
Fame is a false existence.
Oh.
It doesn't happen inside the head.
He nods mysteriously, then lets go of the suspenders, and they hit his chest with a slap. Done talking about her.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy.
Wait, what?
What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
God damn it, where'd that come from? Nothing, everything's okay. I don't know, it's a nice window. It's a nice window.
Why do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well?
Oh
Don't
no.
come back to this anymore. Stop talking about that damn window.
How are you settling in?
Hard to say, cop man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crab man though.
You mean Tiago?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place.
Feeling the
Dude's
vibes.
seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all his mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you? You mean all his sobriety stuff isn't too restrictive for you? What do you mean? Isn't too spooky?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all.
Respect, moms!
The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
I mean, he's not actually a crab man. I can't squash him. Can you squash a crab? I think that'd be hard. I got a hard shell. I want to talk some more about this place. What did Tiago tell you about the church?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
Do you mean there are dead bodies here?
Not like a literal sarcophagus.
Oh.
I'm just being metaphorical.
I'm sick of these metaphors and similes and illusions. What's it for?
Encasement, confinement of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
I don't get it. Contain what exactly? Ghosts?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either. What it
Well, there's a
does,
big hole in
what
reality.
the sonar person is looking for and trying to measure.
He nods toward the woman.
It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
The wood creaks as a gale blows by. Outside, dust particles fall through the darkness, settling down on the age-bleached floorboards. The structure does not feel particularly durable.
This building seems less than structurally sound.
No, it's pretty fucking unsound if you ask me. They should have built a club for anodic music around it instead.
He grins.
Anodic music will definitely contain whatever we're dealing with.
His words echo in the chamber.
And if it can't, well...
He shrugs non-committally. Yeah, don't cross that bridge when you reach it. What makes you think Suna's going to fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it?
Ah.
You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
I found a doomed commercial area in Martinez proper. Maybe it's the same thing the Ubies were trying to contain.
Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
You think there's any merit to the theory?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, cop man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited psi person.
Psi person. has limits. Well, if it's without substance, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
Are there more questions about this place?
Body, spirit entered.
Oh yeah, the glass work.
To talk of. The mass murderer. Why?
Okay, I guess I can still ask some questions. I don't want to say anything about resettlement programs, but she's the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass-produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass-produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
Yeah?
And many, many more tons of sugar.
Why was that logic? Is electrochemistry into sugar?
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
Who isn't accused of being a mass murderer these days?
No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. The Anodic pioneer Rietveld is not a mass murderer. He is not accused of mass murder.
That's true.
Likewise, no one says Jermaine Egghead or Andre are mass murderers. You can live entirely outside that suspicion. Billions of people go about not being guilty of mass murder. Just not her.
That's true. I have nothing to say to contradict that. Most people are not accused of mass murder. Was a stupid question. Isn't she supposed to be an embodiment of the world spirit?
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit.
He raises his left hand.
The Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
Okay, please don't damage me.
Okay.
Cool. I think that's everything. Talk about something else. Why are you so suspicious about everything?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing. It took us setting out for
Avoid the Noid.
enterprise to get our signs synced.
Why are you called Noid anyway?
It's short for paranoid.
Ah. May I ask why? What good is being suspicious?
A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
That's very general. But what are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
And what are the most suspicious things?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of.
Number
If I
4.
had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Does not believe in horseshoe theory or any of that.
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
Does this mean you are mentally ill? Don't you mean the left-right paradigm and the pig-wheat complex? Tell me more about the left-right business. What's suspicious about the production of pork and wheat? Well, that was certainly... Don't you mean the left-right paradigm and the pig-wheat complex?
No. Politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat.
I like your theories, Noid.
This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid.
Okay.
Probably in Grad.
Well, nah. Maybe. Are you mentally ill?
Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenize people.
Damn.
I don't reach mental illness. I am merely politically ill. A suspicious element.
I mean, the problem with the mentally ill is not that they're mentally ill. The problem with the mentally ill is that they do not make good, subservient laborers. So there's a little something to what I'm saying. Tell me more about the left-right business.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity.
I mean, not necessarily pig and wheat, but it's good if everyone can eat.
The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray, far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
What's suspicious about the production of pork and wheat?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
What's bad about cereal grain? Having enough food could be a precursor for greater things. What's bad about animals? Animals are cute. Yeah, it's our only shit and we fucking suck at it. Animals are cute.
Nothing. Animals are cool, guys. I like animals too, but that doesn't mean I have to be one myself.
You got a fascinating political philosophy. Well, that was certainly stimulating. I wanted to ask you about something else.
Eyes flicker.
You mentioned true life. What would that be like?
Life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself
Mm-hmm.
and others. Mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
I think Noid is like a traditional anarchist. Not like, you know, anarchy, burn it down, but like, you know, someone who's like, get rid of all hierarchies altogether, you know, not even necessarily the communist ways of, you know, usurping hierarchies. It's you know, communists and anarchists love to get into petty online squabbles, but, you know, I would say I'm closer to communist than anarchist, because I think it's like chicken and the egg situation where it's like, how do we take the systems we have and turn them into things we can use? I don't know. I'm not that up on anarchist theory, so I might be completely misunderstanding it. Would any anarchists like to chime in? Please don't. Online anarchists are insufferable. Ugh. How would you go about returning to this true life?
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Kind of using metaphors. You know, I don't know. I don't know if I buy that as a methodology.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly.
He's very passionate.
The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Sort of like fascism then? I don't know if that's fascism.
Nationalism, militarism, racism, an emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
The words echo through the church majestically. Fair enough, just making an observation. I didn't mean it as a bad thing. I'm saying fascism's fine. But shouldn't the ones that are more hardcore rule over the ones that are less hardcore, offer them guidance? That seems a little like what you're saying. Kind of.
Some want to lead and others want to be led. I think they are welcome to it.
So you're advocating a noise-based society.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their
There should probably be some hierarchy of deferring to experts, so I don't know if I'd support anarchism totally.
Life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
Yeah, I kind of favor more, you know, organized economies, things like that. Hi, Milpo. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're trying to set things up in this church. There's a lot we got to do to get hardcore, though. Hope you're doing excellently. But you keep mentioning hardcore. What does it mean to you?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a potent superlative as well.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
Thanks, Encyclopedia. I'd expect that from electrochemistry. Sometimes the other facets of my personality become the horny one. It's a little shocking. Not shocking. It's not shocking.
He just really likes saying hardcore.
All the facets of my personality kind of step on each other's toes a lot, to be honest. It's almost like I'm a person, and these are the voices in my head. His friend shouts from behind his mix table, with a smile surpassing your own in wideness, a total moon face, and eyes full of naive wonderment. The term hardcore also denotes a strain of pornography that depicts penetration. Did you know that?
That's a pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
Let's change the subject.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Conceptualization, internalize the hardcore aesthetic, don't just nod along, really feel it. Oh, we got another check here. We're getting a bunch of checks, and they're all pretty demanding. I don't know if I'm gonna get all of them. What's with the clothes?
They're hardcore.
You look like a woman with those earrings. I don't want to say that. That's it? Okay, then. That's it?
They're just clothes.
I thought there would be more to it.
It's just a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it.
Yeah, they're just clothes. Take care, Noid. All right. Let me quick save. Does Egghead have anything to say? Maybe I should put that flashlight away. Large speakers are set up behind the young man, blasting a familiar song. It's the only song they play, and it doesn't seem to really change.
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane, tangled in its branches, something bronze flutters in the wind.
I already got it.
He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side, you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it.
How do you like it in the church?
Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party place!
Yeah.
The first page of the second chapter!
Said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
Nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the heart.
Okay.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic isn't something holding it. It's like
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
It's only ultra hardcore.
It is, isn't it? I knew it. But how could it become harder core? I know the answer in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hyper, how could anything be?
Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. What does that mean? What does that mean? Nothing. Me being the police isn't going to help us. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us. And I have a job to do instead of this absurd idiocy. It's not gonna help us. Make it harder core.
But you're not. This is almost certainly.
I know.
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
Something extra.
Capital is salvation.
It's not even the slightest bit disappointed. All right, how do I solve that thing? Maybe if I solve some checks, that'll help. Maybe if I talk to you.
What is it?
She doesn't look up from the keyboard. How's the project going? I see that your neighbors have moved in, but all I hear is anodic dance music.
What did you say?
You can hardly hear her over the thumping bass of anodic dance music. I said, how's the project going?
I can't hear you. The music is too loud.
The project, how is it going?
Oh, the project. It's not going well.
Why?
There's that guy. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Egghead! A 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input. Okay?
Why don't you just ask him?
He doesn't listen to me.
I'll speak to him, see what I can do.
Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes.
She does jazz hands to mock him. Let me know how it goes. All right, let you work in peace. Okay, let's see if we've got new dialogue. We should.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Oh, I've created a monster. The words echo magnificently throughout the nave. Egg, can you please route Suna's signal through your speakers?
Mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
It's 3.5, no doubt about it. It's on the ground. Point to it.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oop.
Oh no. We're going to be in this church forever.
Yeah, and it's past midnight.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here.
Ah. He searches for the cable on the ground and picks it up, looking at the jack.
Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people.
With a grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line and you hear a satisfying click.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Interfacing is an audio file.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Egg, the music?
Everybody! Don't panic. I'm going to turn off the on-off for just a sec. For a special scheduled event.
Scheduled.
The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
All right, goodbye.
Yes, what is it?
She doesn't look up from the keyboard. All right, I talked to Egghead. He plugged in the cable. You can now unmute your speakers.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum!
Shouts Egghead, a great smile still adorning his face, larger than a red dwarf star.
Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
It's not?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Shout out Glue.
Glue style? Okay.
Glue style.
There literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
Oh.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
Why do you want to turn down the volume? I think what Egghead is trying to say here is that the volume button is stuck on maximum. Why do you want to... Yeah,
of course
stuck.
It is.
She shrugs, consigned to her fate.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Probably get another mixer. That could be an issue.
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
She looks around the church.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Says Andre.
Ready.
Yells Noid.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
Okay, ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room.
No wind outside. No waves. No floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate.
This is fine.
It's out there now, in the world. Made manifest.
What?
It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, The streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
That's okay.
Guys, what's going on?
There's alarm in the man's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle, like crystal clattering in the cupboard, fills the air, joining the chorus.
It's getting louder.
Says Noid, his eyes riveted on the strange circle of water basins.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Fuck.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
You hear Egghead yell, then something else, but his voice is growing faint.
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation. He's peaking. The worst high he's ever been on.
Hey, what's that weird rattling sound? It was in me at first. I've never heard anything this hardcore in my life!
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
Yeah!
No, Egg! It's the window!
The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks as if she's alive.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
She looks up. A screech fills the air, a scream of wooden nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you.
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to us! Love!
Below it, all the base grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists.
Maybe stop.
A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh, I want to dance with somebody. Start tapping your foot. Yeah, we should stop. Soon I'm muted. Everybody don't panic. It's beautiful. I want to dance.
Oh, I want to feel the heat with somebody.
Shit! It doesn't stop.
Oof.
Akil, have you?
Yes, I've turned it off.
She yells, holding the contact mic in her hand.
Andre, pull the compressor. The
Contact mic.
down.
Oh yeah,
Fuck.
we brought that
I
up.
can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop.
Oh.
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk.
And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
I didn't know such a thing was possible.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
And that's how 2 Human bombed.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
Kim, did you hear that?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was that? I've never heard anything like that.
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically,
She shakes her head.
I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
You're going to write Sulid Slum?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. if they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
Nah, it was a Stygian abyss sound.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
What happens now? Are you going to...
Stay here. I'm
Ooh.
going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Sulispov. Also devise further measurements.
So, I can, open up a skill point. I can maybe use that. They're all white checks. Could maybe use that to open one up. So I'm gonna hold off.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway. Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
Logic. We got another check here. I'm wondering... Okay. Let's talk to everyone else, see if that's helped with anything. Oh, that was a crazy sound we heard before.
Yeah! It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore.
His voice booms through the chamber, then gets silent.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme.
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power, making it pulse.
What if this is the answer to Van Eyck's jam? We could use the sound for the bass.
But how?
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing.
We gotta talk to spiky haired dude. So many checks and they're all so low.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Savoir faire.
Goodbye, officer.
Alright, what if I talk to y'all?
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Nothing.
Welcome back.
Reaction speed. That's it for now. Okay. Well, some of these might fail. Why don't we start with empathy? What have I got for empathy? And I'm gonna need to be on a lot of drugs, maybe? I don't know if that's a good idea. Not until the morning. Start with empathy. Do I already have an empathy boost? No. Oh, empathy? Wait. Nope. Here. Nope, not there. Double click. Just double click. You gotta learn to use shortcuts. Empathy, empathy, empathy. I think I have some glasses that also help with my empathy. That's visual calculus, not you. I think if drugs that affect my health are less of an issue. You beat Deus Ex, hell yeah. Did you, did you save and get every ending? Or did you stick with one? See, empathy. +2. Okay, that's quite a bit of empathy that we've built up. +3. I love Deus Ex. I want to come back to the randomizer for that. That was a fun time. Never finished it though. Probably won't. When's the last time I did crowd control? It's been a hot minute. Now that I think about it. And then, wait, what's the drug that affects empathy? You. And that brings my health down? That is acceptable. Save to get the 2 endings, I thought. I think there's 3. There's, what was it? The one where you side with... What are the endings? Let me refresh my memory. It's been a minute. I'm trying to Mm-hmm. 2 plus Illuminati. Oh, yeah. The new Dark Age and the merge endings. I see. Yeah, of course. I like the merge ending. Dark Age was a little too prim for my taste. Oh, and if I'm holding that, I forget that that gives me a boost. Shit. Now I've got +4 empathy. I might not even need this. You're making me do this again.
Welcome back.
83%. That's pretty good.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here in the damp church with the drugs wearing off. At your age or any age, in this place, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder. Also, apparently the canon ending is the merge ending. Didn't what was it, Invisible War try to make every ending canon, which was a little bit of a mess? I have Invisible War. I got it on Steam, but even with fixes, I couldn't make it work. So I think I got the GOG version, and I still haven't, tried to get that to work. But I want to check that game. I know people hate it, but, I'm still, I'm interested. I'm interested.
Your words echo through the hall. The wooden boards all around groan and creak.
Haven't heard.
Remains silent.
I haven't played Invisible War, but JC merged with the AIs and that, so I assume it's the canon ending. I don't remember the specifics. I just remember they were a little sloppy with trying to make endings the canon from the first game.
It's real. Tell her.
It is not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
The dark. Nothing if you got this. Don't be scared. I'm once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the slums of St. Baptiste to the top of the boxing world, overcoming adversity and serious brain trauma. Nothing is coming. Nothing he wouldn't knock out in 3 rounds. The real fight is for the right attitude. That one.
I can't believe this turned into another Mike thing. Fine. Okay, I'll stick to it. I'll knock it out in 3 rounds.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal.
Yeah.
A fellow human being.
Yeah.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
You said eating me. There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell. Exactly, I don't want to talk about something.
What is it?
I think it's the plight of the working class. Everyone's just mooching off the entrepreneurial class, shackling the doers. I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. People just putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good. No, they're shackling the doers.
Oh.
Money.
Really?
Yeah, people just can't get off their asses. 0 hireable talent in the city. 0! No wonder everyone's poor as potatoes.
So, the thing that's been eating you is rich people not having enough money?
You can roll your eyes all you want, but will it bring us any closer to a knowledge-based economy? I haven't seen much of this strange world, but not with these taxes it won't. No, that's probably not it. Yeah, pretty sure. Now I had some question. Knowledge-based economy.
Then you really haven't
No
seen
money.
much of this strange world. Because we literally haven't got any income taxes. Just
No
a
way.
20% value-added tax. And that's, like, it.
No way. You have no idea how many taxes there really are. You've never paid any. There are all these disguised, invisible taxes. Look, there's one right now. Point to the stained glass window.
Startled, she turns her head and looks at the window. No modes of indirect taxation catch her eye. She looks back at you.
You have an issue with glass art tax?
No, not just the glass artwork tax. It's all of it taken together that's strangling economic growth.
Uh-huh. And none of this has anything to do with, I don't know, some chick?
A bit on the anarchical scale. Anarchical, like, in what sense? Politically? Now that you mention it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it. I'm positive. Now I had some questions for you. It might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
First, they had the faintest scent of chewing gum on them. I could still smell it under the shit. They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me not feel good. Chewing gum.
Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic.
Yes, I found that to be very symbolic, too.
Okay. What else?
They're written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me not feel good.
There you have it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
Well, maybe because the end game of that is to bring everyone together. A little bit. It's a little bit like the ending to Watchmen. Is it? Am I right? Watchman. Why'd I call it Watchman? Watchmen. The frickin' octopus. Not in the movie, though. The movie's... some people are fans of the movie. I was kind of on it. Been a while, though, and I never watched the extended cut. I don't remember. No idea. I haven't seen her. Definitely haven't called her. I don't remember a single thing about her.
Really? You seem pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Eyes? Hair color?
Ending of the movie makes a bit more sense, IMO. Maybe. Like I said, long time since I've seen it. And I don't know. I don't know. Making people come together in fear of the omnipotent guy makes sense. It does. It does. I mean, I don't know what they can do against him. But, yeah, I mean, it's fair. The vagina octopus is kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, but you can shoot it with missiles. At least. I remember her scent and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise? Versus, come to think of it, the whore could have written them to her lover. That's a little aggressive.
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
Wait, what do you mean by selective memory? I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of the world. You might have a point there. Selective memory. Now I was drunk.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Same with me.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Thanks for the bullshit psych thing then. You know, I'm not sure this made things any better. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
The real story of Watchmen is that a bunch of jackoffs keep talking about what is best for the future of humanity while damaging the lives of thousands. Well, yeah, they're better than us, aren't they? They're superheroes. Also, I got a warning for that message. Oh boy. Oh boy. I started like screen capping all the weird warnings I got, and then it kept happening. I'm like, this is just bullshit. This is not like, do you ever get those messages and go, I'm not going to send this. I'm going to hurt someone's feelings. I'm like, this thing just doesn't understand what a joke is. It does not. It is incapable. Can we do anything about our very low reaction speed now? I could try. What do I have? I think I remember checking for reaction speed boons. Do I have anything bringing it down? No. And not finding much. Composure. Also, we are hitting an ad very soon, so... Oh, you. Is that all I'm gonna get? Yeah, okay, so I got one thing that brings my reaction speed up 1. That's nice.
Welcome back.
still really low. It's a stupid AI, that it is. And I don't know if I want to risk speed. I could also just try the check. It's getting a little late in the game, so... I mean, late, you know, time-wise. Although we are, like, getting close-ish to the end. I don't have Invisible War, so I'm just going to play Human Revolution. Human Revolution's okay. It kinda... I don't think it's aged that well. But, I don't know, maybe I need to revisit. Anyway, the ad's gonna hit... Let me try the savoir. Let me try reaction speed. Nope.
The silver bird has already flown away. I will catch it later.
Okay. Noted. And, I mean, we can probably go to bed to, like, fix our morale here. I don't need to waste a precious mag. All right, though. It's the ad break. I'm gonna continue a little bit longer. Try to polish off the church. I gotta start the ad. No, that's the right screen. Thought I clicked the wrong one for a moment. The biggest problem is that it has a very bad sequel. I had very, very mixed thoughts on Mankind Divided. It's politically incoherent. Music. See you in a minute. Yeah, I mean, assuming Invisible War is that bad. I don't know. Got no horse in that race. I gotta give it a play first. Maybe I'll fix it up in GOG. In GOG, that's not how it works. I fix up the game. Maybe it even plays fine. I'll find out. All right, I just got up and stretched a bit, and I took my last dose of prednisone for the night. Apparently the reason Mankind Divided was a mess was because it was supposed to be the ending of Adam's story. Then Squeenix wanted to make it a trilogy. Oh my god, Squeenix. Not everything needs to be a trilogy. People need to learn this. I know you like Star Wars. You can make a trilogy later. If it's called for. I just remember a lot of weird things. Like, they couldn't decide if the underground news organization was InfoWars or, like, actual underground, like, leftist investigative journalism. So they tried to make it both. And I'm like, what are you trying to tell me here? Also, that weird... Anyway, also the freaking... There was that one weird side quest where someone was making drugs for mental illness and they were bad drugs, and JC had a whole rant about how you're removing everyone's individuality with your big pharma drugs. And I'm just like, I don't like it. Don't like that. Wait. I'm curious about something. Just go with these. Can you stay up too late? Oh. No reason to go to sleep as long as you can do. Well, I think I'll still go to bed just because it'll heal me up. But I'm gonna try these checks first. I just auto-saved. Why did I do that? Because I'm scared. Conceptualization. All right, we can try to comprehend the hardcore lifestyle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna do, anything that will handicap. What? No, anything that requires drugs that might fuck up my morale, because we can just heal that by going to bed. But I'm gonna try these checks if that is not the case. Conceptualization. Wait. Okay. Anything bringing my conceptualization down? I don't think so. All right, so what does that get me to? 58%? That is an intellect check, so the fact that Squeenix and Sega are still around is amazing. Evil corporations stick around well after they should for many, many years. And that's how it is. Okay, health I can risk, and that would be cigarettes. Do I have cigarettes? I don't have cigarettes. This is so sad.
Yo, man.
I hope this doesn't kill me. I mean, I could use my healing. I think I have enough money to buy more healing tomorrow if I need to. Yeah, let's see.
Aggressive.
No!
Monotonous, but also somehow sacred. Primitive, yet futuristic, like a machine, man. Nothing exists but the here and now. All are one purpose. All you've managed is a list. The parts don't form a whole.
We have not reached a synthesis yet. Both have been mismanaged to hell, though Sega's gotten their head out they ass. I mean, aside from, well, we'll see how they do, but it does kind of seem like they're doubling down on their proven franchises rather than, you know, reviving older ones or making new ones. Let's see, savoir-faire. Savoir-faire. And that's speed, and that damages my morale. So I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, wait, I've got a skill point. I've got a skill point. That's right. I could use that. I think if before I do that though, I'm going to wait, do I have anything bringing it down? No. I'm gonna go to bed so I can heal myself up. -1 savoir-faire. If I can't bring my savoir-faire up, then I'm probably not gonna risk it yet. Okay, you. No, you're minus. Okay. What does that bring the percentage to? I definitely want to do drugs before trying that one. So. And then for you. Interfacing, I don't know. I don't know about that one. It's the same category. Microsoft and Sony are joining the poor management club. As always, they will get mismanaged. They're always answering to shareholders. What was it? Wait, which one? Interfacing? Interfacing. 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 Wait, you're better. I think that's as good as I'm gonna get it. Although, it's like, not good. Not good. My interfacing's not very high.
Yes, what is it?
Logic. Form a theory. I could maybe do this. I think I've got some stuff that'll boost my logic. Yeah. I don't have anything. No, nothing nerfing it. Why is this hat +1 logic? I got a lot of clothes that could help with this. I think that's everything.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, 92%.
You don't have to. You already have.
Wait, how? How?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light.
Huh.
Drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
Oh, we had a nice old coffee and cigarettes convo.
And a woman, she was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo and she was smoking.
Smoking like hot or smoking like cigarettes? Suna, it is the origin point of the pale.
What?
The swallow, it's how it starts. It's baby pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
Well, it could.
That comforts her.
No, look up first. We are 20 meters from the very edge. The pale is only an effect, a transition between the world and that. Yeah, that seems more accurate.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's less than nothing. The final rest state for reality. Imagine if all this, spread your hands, never was.
Then the Pale is...
Simply a gradient, simply curdling milk. Curdling milk.
But the milk, it clearly hasn't started curdling yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day, when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes, like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those places.
According to this, how long?
Until it starts swallowing, it's already started. Starting with sound.
And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or
I think it was
how
there
might
before the
start
church.
forming, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data.
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
It didn't form in a church. The church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
Yes, acting on an instinctual level, or religious practices we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of Revolution settlement.
Oh, this ain't the only one.
Most of them were burnt down during the Revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
All the failed businesses in the doomed commercial area. All the failure in Martinez.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even, say, software development?
Yeah, that's why 2 Human failed.
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
Yes, even the revolution was defeated here. I mean, a kind of entrepreneuric history. All the failed businesses and ideologies. There's something wrong here. No, we're reaching. People fail on their own. I can't say it.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
I should let people still working in there know about this. They might be affected. No, it's better they don't know. We gotta let them know. Their business financials will go under.
You mean Plaisance and the dice maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up.
No, just the dice maker. I don't think Plaisance would survive this knowledge. No, just Plaisance. I don't think Neha is playing fair game and but in this playing fairer than this game. Both of them.
Then go tell them.
One day, all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
Cleaning out the rooms. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately, looking for something, tidying up, rearranging, storing away all the unrealized dreams, putting old pains in boxes. The worst nightmares have settled down for a while. A spot of light on the bedroom door after the dark. The fluttering of eyelids in the spring sun. A thought that arises only to disappear again. And yet there's a pattern emerging. Cool. What does that mean?
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
True.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Perhaps not. Yeah, that's still insane, but then again, so am I. The club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality together. Actually, now that I think of it, maybe it's dangerous. It's keeping reality together.
I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
I do have one mystery that still needs solving. The radio ghost in the doomed commercial area's electronic doorbell.
The creepy woman!
Yeah, I know!
About that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pail right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This
The biggest
would also
problem...
explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
The biggest problem with Deus Ex nowadays is that we are so exposed to crazy conspiracy theories that the conspiracy in Deus Ex feels dumb too. And that isn't really a fault with the game. Yeah, I mean, the game was kind of ahead of its time. Conspiracy theories have gotten way too convoluted. I don't think it, like, makes the game any less. It's just, you know, it's a little basic. The conspiracy itself, you know? Not that crazy, or not that crazy as people theorize. They come up with some crazier theories all the time. Too internet-brained we all are. Anthroponetic crosstalk.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago.
Oh. Is that why I called my wife? Was that not my ex?
Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything.
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining that to me.
Anytime.
Right, I'll let you work in peace now. Well, do I want to try these checks now or later? I guess if they fail, I can always do them later. All right, so this one was more feasible.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, savoir-faire. This is oof. I can put points in that though, at least, and I can also get some healing so that I can use drugs without any worries. Here, I'm gonna save because I don't want to have to replay a bunch of shit.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
It could work. It didn't. Oh.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Also, there's the fact that sometimes failing checks make them more likely to succeed the next time. Wait, what the hell?
Even a failed attempt gets the juices flowing and repairs some of the damage done by battles lost. If you up the dose and truly dance, who knows what will happen?
Okay.
Salvation.
Salvation. That's it for now.
Bye, officer.
I'll be back. Okay, that's fine. I'll buy more. I'll buy more mag tomorrow. I've got enough money.
It's a paw! Yeah!
And this is extremely unlikely to succeed. I've only got one piece of clothing that could help. Let's see. Can be tamed, connect the dots. That's extremely low. This will probably fail, but maybe failing will make it more likely the next time. Damn it.
Goes the track in the background, never ending.
That would have killed me. If I didn't get that healing, actually.
To make something up anyway.
Just make it up. No way the speed freak can tell the difference. We're off one cannot speak, one ought to remain silent. Let's make it up.
Scrape the moldy recesses of your brain for some technological sounding jargon. It'll impress the large-headed speed freak.
You should crank up the oscillator matrix. Dude, you gotta reroute the sound juice through the fluxifier. I don't know the technical term, but it needs less bzz, bzz. This one seems kind of correct, actually.
Yeah! Pump off the bazoot bazoot!
Bazoot bazoot.
It's hard to say for sure, but the digital throbbing seems ever so slightly louder than before.
That may have done something, actually, but I'm gonna go to bed. So I can heal up. I'll probably... I've got skill points that I can still use, don't I? Don't I? I do. I'm not gonna use it yet. Not yet. All right, I'm going to my shack. Boop, 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 boop. Playing this game like Diablo with all the double clicking everywhere. That's not my house. This is my house. Actually, have you been hearing any noises or anything?
Our tenant.
Nope. All right, I go to bed.
It's getting late, and it's raining. Time to call it a day.
Good night.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
To bed. Hope the voices don't talk.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Go to sleep.
The place feels almost like home now. Quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
I think I've also unlocked a check with Kuno that I have not attempted.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea until they're suddenly light.
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget Everything you've managed to remember.
But I've been bad. I haven't earned this. Is this the last dream? Oh, no, I'm a good boy.
No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind.
Well, that's convenient.
As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
I'm guessing this is the last, original dream I get for now.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you, Darkness. Thank you.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Fall into a deep, uninterrupted sleep.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
Open your eyes. Yep, everything's good. I might want to grab some extra mag. I don't need any health, any HP heals. I got plenty. Now, let's see. Good morning. Let's travel here. Let's see, can I do the check with Kuno? Can I try to understand Kuno, despite having failed to punch him in the face?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Empathy. Kuno dominated you. Talk to Kuno S. Okay, I'm off.
Fucking care?
Empathy boons. Empathy. My empathy is pretty high. Can I make it higher? I'm very, I'm greedy for boons. +4 empathy. That's pretty damn good. Okay.
Fuck does Kuno care?
72%. Pretty high. Do I want to? I can boost it as long as I buy more mag. That's all that matters. I've already got the Parolidon out. Time to see shit. Oh wait, that's health. Never mind. I don't even need to worry about it.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not
Kuno.
It's Kuno S.
Oh, we're finally back to Kuno. Interesting how. Act on it. Try and separate them. Kuno. Psst. No, interesting how.
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two.
Really?
Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad.
Uh-oh.
She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him.
Kuno S is behind it all.
Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time.
Yeah.
When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses and says murder was the case that they gave her. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Act on it. Try and separate them. Kuno, psst.
Fuck you whispering about?
He whispers back.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about?
Stop with the slurs.
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's TOS, no slurs.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
Thank you, Kuno.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up.
Kuno, listen.
Kuno look bad in this.
Kuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here. What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary. Ooh, am I glad she's out of our hair. She's fucked up. What's up with her?
Crazy?
You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane, dangerous. She smoked a man.
Whoa.
She's done people in, probably even pigs.
That's probably not true, but I believe it.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Uh-oh.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk big. Kuno's got it under control.
He hunches down again. Somebody's controlling the Kuno.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Yay!
Fuck. She can read lips. You should cup your mouth.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone? You serious about this killing business? What if she has Kuno? That would explain things. You serious?
Killing is serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Come on, she hasn't killed police officers. Okay, how many cops has she killed then?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting.
Oh.
Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
Just like me. He feels eyes on the back of his head and stops.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children.
Oh.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
The creature.
Fear.
Fear. Kuno, do you think it's possible that she's killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
Starting.
He usually looks you straight in the eye. A little something just crumbled there.
Something has defeated the Kuno.
Don't move your head. Just from the corner of your eye, look at her.
Look at her.
Though her friend spoke too low for her to hear, Kuno S is not smiling anymore.
You think she has anything to do with the dead man? Doubtful.
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
It's a bit of a toxic relationship you have. Why are you hanging out with her? I mean, everyone's had shitty friends that you stuck around with long after you should have. Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
Well, that's good.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Thank you, drama. You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
Whoa, what's the real deal? Let's leave it at that. No, what's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit.
Oh, God.
Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
Live leak.
He doesn't want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
What's that language she uses? Napa Kimpi. I'm not gonna read that one.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people? Gay people?
Crazy people.
Oh.
Fucking nackies. I don't know.
That sounds like a slur, but I can't place it as one. It just feels uncomfortable.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
Is she your sister? I doubt that.
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence. She just hangs out there? And that's what your friendship's based on? She's just there? Wait, are you even friends? You just interact.
What was that, Kuno?
Kind of. The little one twists her neck, looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
That hallway there with the janitor's closet? Point.
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too.
Ew.
She was there for 3 days, in the corner.
Oh.
Every time Kuno went out.
You know this. The body goes into a kind of revulsion shock. Murder hangover.
Oh.
That's what it could have been.
Murder hangover from when she...
Killed a kid. Yes. Makes them look for a quiet, dark place and just hibernate there. Usually goes on for a few days, up to a week.
Ugh.
Must have been her first one. You only get it on the first one.
Return to the conversation. You said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home. She's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Oh, he's in it.
Kuno S. Two of a kind.
Why is she called Kuno S then?
Because she fucking looks like Kuno.
Oh, you don't know her name?
No one knows her name. Kuno told you this shit was Psycho Killer.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Better. How are you dealing with all this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
She needs professional help. You can't do this alone. He's not gonna respond to that. You need backup. I'm here for you. Okay, kid. You need backup.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
Thank you for the hint.
I'm going to kill you.
Oh.
One when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
You're jumping ahead. You're getting a little... the boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus.
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
Understood, Kuno. I can respect that. Who are you kidding, kid? You can't take down a man several times your size. You'll end up dead yourself. I'm not... This is not the asshole playthrough that I want to do someday. Understood, Kuno.
All right. Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts, no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit.
Yeah?
Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics.
Yeah, or too late.
Kuno, get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more.
I'm not a hooker.
Pig style. Pig hooker.
I guess I am.
See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pant buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
+1 savoir-faire, +1 physical instrument. That could be useful, but I have not enough money. What was that about running you an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers.
Oh, that explains everything.
Lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Yeah, who is your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
I would imagine. How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
Half of what? He says very confidently.
A baggie, but like in this vial.
Well, that's not a baggie then.
That's half a gram, sir.
Half a gram?
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
But that's not very much material at all.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
Because it doesn't exist and it's tiny.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Yeah, visual calculus is correct. I made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to happen.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there, all guns blazing to get that speed because I need it. I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. Lie, you need speed. I'm not going in there. I want the speed.
All right, pig. You can plug him, but you can't stop him. It'll only buy you time.
I'm not gonna shoot
Just
anyone.
get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything.
He aggressively points at his eyes.
Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
Yeah.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
I'm going to kill Kuno's dad. I'm a bad addict cop and I'm going to get my fix. Come on, Kim. Obviously, I'm not going to take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor. I'm getting my fix.
Did you know I don't like bad addict cops? Almost no one in the RCM does.
Fuck you, Kim.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
All right, we have another task to do. I was worried I was running out of, you know, shit to waste my time on. Although, can I get those pants? Oh yeah, that's right, I can't. Forgot. All right. I'm gonna buy a little magnesium. Kind of want to buy cigarettes, but magnesium more important. And they're the mag, right?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various
Hypnogamma.
Okay, here.
Bye. Hopefully I got more money. All right, do I want to talk to Plaisance and Dice Maker first? No, I think I'm going to do Kuno's task real quick. Then we will do that one. All right, let's go kill his dad. Okay. Apartment. Let's save. All right, where does he live? Here? No, that's the... She's not here anymore. Nothing new there. I think this is it. If I remember from eons ago.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita.
Uno.
Your heartbeat quickens. Palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song.
Need interfacing. It's an easy check, but my tool's not in hand. Looks like we found where Kuno's dad lives. Point to the bill on the door.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Knock lightly.
No response. Nothing happens. It must be an ambush.
It's an
Let's
ambush!
Get your adrenaline pumping, just in case.
Yeah, let's get real scared and pull out our gun, just in case.
You'll need to equip the chain cutters to enter. Snip right through the metal.
Okay, we need to do that. Where are you? You're here.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges.
92%.
Secured to the doorframe with a safety chain.
What?
It should be easy.
Huh?
It's just an awkward.
God damn it!
Okay. The door doesn't really open wide enough to really get the cutters through.
Oh my
You can't
god.
get the leverage you need. And the cutters are blunt. And the chain is just super strong, okay?
Bad luck.
It's not your fault you can't cut it.
Trouble with the chain, officer?
These are no ordinary chains. They are titanium chains. Supreme titanium, Kim. Hey, don't look at me. You're the one packing shitty chain cutters. I'll be honest, I'm just not that good with my hands. But I'm okay with my hands. Super titanium.
Supreme titanium?
Supreme titanium.
Sure. The door inside this complex has super hard, super expensive chains.
You know, easy checks getting failed. Easily failed checks succeeding. That's this
you
game.
Can't stand for that. Come on,
Oh.
show him what you can really do.
Oh, immediately I can try it again. And +1 won't be beat by a goddamn door.
Snip.
Yeah,
So much
finally.
Goddamn chain. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door. You have bested the titanium menace. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle.
Surviving edged weapons.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Yeah, Kim's like, I'm not gonna stop him. That's him, always. Where am I? Okay. What's in here? Yeah, money. That's what I need, money.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
Lieutenant, I've located psychoactive substances on this table.
Good. Confiscate it.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room.
Take the speed from the table.
You pocket the bottle as if
speed
it were
bottle.
the most natural thing in the world. Don't wait. Celebrate. Blast that shit right here.
I will when I need it.
Of it once this boring table shit is done. Blast it before you face the beast. Deruita. You're going to need the encouragement.
If I need to. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. Time to face the beast, but let's face his laundry real quick. And I will take his regular black jeans, +1 composure. The air stinks with something sour.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks even.
Hold up, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes. The lieutenant has covered his nose. This guy has not showered in a month and a half. By the way, hearing that Asmongold never he had a whole month and a half of not showering was kind of horrifying. I took a shower right after that. Look, I've gone through some like bad times in my life, but I've never gone that long without a shower. Why am I talking about Asmongold? Slowly reach out your hand.
Something underneath there is breathing. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now, or you're gonna die.
Pretty sure this guy's zonked out.
It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Keep extending your hand towards the pile.
Your hand touches a greasy duvet, covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains.
Ew.
You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol. And
gasp!
What else? The smell of shit rises from his mouth.
Brush your teeth, my man.
You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
He points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time.
A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
That's a red check, so I better buff my perception before this. Is this Kuno's father we're seeing?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes. There's still plenty to be scared of here. Just not what you thought.
I was expecting something worse. I can't believe it. Kuno's dad isn't a loser. It must be someone else. Doesn't look like he's going fuck anyone up anytime soon. Yeah, he's not.
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
That's the coldest comfort I've ever heard in my life.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man. But he is in there, and not enjoying himself.
Hold on, what happened to his eyes? He's gonna sleep it off. I know this shit. This is serious damage. I'm still not sure he's not dead. What happened to his eyes?
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
Serious damage. I'm still not sure he's not dead. Suddenly, the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth, along with a strong stench of alcohol.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Maybe we should help him somehow.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Excellent form!
We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down.
Money for medical services. Ugh. America.
They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The lieutenant stops, listening to him.
Years, months, weeks. The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body. He wouldn't be too thrilled to learn you stole his stash. It was the last thing keeping him functional.
Leave. We gotta up our perception. For sure. And by the way, now I know why they said to took the speed. Perception, right? I don't think I have that many things that help with perception. It's a check that could go either way from what I see. Anything bringing it down? No. Perception. I think that's it. All right, let's check what that does to the chances. 72. I don't trust it. Where's that speed? I don't need to use the speed bottle yet. 11 uses. I'll use you. If this inventory bug would stop. Here, click it, click it. Okay.
The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room is stale.
83%. Good chances, not a sure thing.
The man
oh,
groans
good.
Once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says.
The pigs!
He's trying to call you pigs.
What did he say? You're awake. He's awake. Fuck you, die. He's awake.
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Wow. That was worth it. All he did was call me pigs. Oh, hi. My perception is very high right now. That's good. Kuno de Reuter is the name on unfinished homework. His name's Kuno, not Kuno. Kuno. All right, I guess we're gonna go back to Kuno. Wait, oh wait, this will take me right back. Why didn't I use this route the first time? No, it's not. Actually, I gotta go around the fence. Can I talk to Kuno S about anything?
Trying to sneak up on me again?
Nope. Can I just, nope. Well, 11 uses is still pretty good. I mean, if I half it out, still pretty good. But yeah, I took his dad's speed. I'm a good guy. I'm so good. I'm so nice. Everyone loves me. I'm good to the community. Hi.
Fuck does Kuno care?
The boy turns to you. He doesn't care. I took care of the drug situation.
All right, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo. Then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way.
Aren't you going to ask how I got past your dad? By kilo, you mean gram, right? All right, fair is fair. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it, and I'm doing it all myself. You don't need to do more drugs. You're 12. I'm not ready to make this decision. Aren't you going to ask how I got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker. Distraction style. That's some sick shit.
He nods approvingly to the lieutenant. You are just coming up with shit.
Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Kuno wants to hear all about it. But first, we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
By kilo, you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Kuno means gram.
All right. Do I give it to Kuno? Do I not? Fair is fair.
Wow, that's heavy.
He waves the minuscule bottle around, then slips it into his coat pocket.
There you go. More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable like that.
New skill points. I got a couple banked.
On the lieutenant's face, as he stares intently at the trash container.
Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig?
I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you've got going on in that apartment.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
I gave drugs to a child. I'm a good person.
Yeah, we got plans.
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war, the collapsed remains of the Martinez storm drain system. There are 2 stolen flashlights with piles of batteries next to them, beside 2 bedrolls, in the dark and opening into the lower tunnels.
That's interesting, Shivers. I don't see how that's relevant. Kuno, I met your dad.
Yeah, you do some Sambo shit, sneak in.
Sambo.
Is the hooker thing real?
Obviously.
Sambo is an acronym for Samoan boxing.
Ah.
Graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. Just letting you know.
It was dark in there. We sneaked in and got out. It was what you said. Kim dressed up as a hooker. Full drag. Distracted him. Kuno, your dad is a half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes. I killed your dad, Kuno. I'll be honest.
What?
His eyes become large and round.
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this.
Yeah,
Kuno's
of course you did.
Violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Kuno window?
Kuno window? Come on, kid, just stop. Stop acting tough, kid. You don't have to be scared of him anymore. Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he is nothing. Yeah, I was wrong. He's hardcore, a real killer. Kuno window? Come on, kid.
What are you trying to do? Get the Kuno to stop. Kuno's just getting it on.
His tone wavers.
A small lump forming in his throat.
Keep your ass together, Kuno.
Stop acting tough, kid. You don't have to be scared of him anymore. Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he is nothing. Stop acting tough. You don't need to be scared of him.
Kuno's not fucking trying to be tough. This shit is real. Kuno's fucking violent dad's gonna be a vegetable. Kuno knows that shit. Stroke shit. Stomach fucked up, and Kuno's gonna go out like that too. Gonna
No.
be just like Kuno's violent
Well, I
dad. Beat shit,
guess I didn't
crime
help
shit,
the
fucking on
situation.
bed. Go out West Revachol style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
The whisper comes smaller than usual. Yeah, are you actually a killer, Kuno asks?
There's a touch of grief in there.
Fuck are you talking sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn to that. Chances are you are going to turn into that. Say nothing. You don't have to.
Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think because you brought Kuno 1 gram of speed, you're friends now?
Yeah, a little bit.
Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
I'm regretting not keeping the whole thing for myself.
If he doesn't stop soon, he's going to collapse from exhaustion. He's red all over.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
The relief is palpable. The little hat jumps up and down from behind the fence. There was a textbook with your name on it in the apartment.
Yeah, so fucking what?
It says Kuno, not Kuno. Kuno de Reuter.
Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
I like it. Kuno de Reuter.
He's trying to fuck you again.
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change his name into anything. Gonna change my name into
Based.
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
There were tons of unpaid utility bills there.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
That's a long time.
Guess.
Let me guess, Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them. That's no place to live. You have to find somewhere else. Find a job. Pay them yourself. Your dad can't handle things anymore. Change of topic then. Your dad doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
That's no place to live in. You have to find somewhere else.
That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground. Leroy shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Bad idea.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
Okay, let's conclude this business. End the conversation.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. Kuno needs to drop the bomb.
I made a mistake.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
That's true. Well, anyway. Oh, it's gonna bite me in the ass. But we're about to hit the ad, so I'm gonna take a quick break. Be back, just stretch a bit. That's all I need to do. Maybe I should drink more water. No, I don't. No, I don't. I know. But I will drink a little bit. Okay, BRB. I'm back. All right, so I can go like an hour more, I think. We're doing the, we were gonna tell him. We're gonna tell him about the hole in reality. Hi, Plaisance. Did you know?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Plaisance, I have something to tell you. I found the actual source of the doom. I've also noticed, by the way, that I have banked some skill points. I can maybe open a thought cabinet, but we got a bunch of checks.
What do you mean, the actual source? Are you talking about the third presence?
Yes, the presence, the entity, the malicious energy, however you may want to call it. My investigation has led me to discover a 2mm entropinetic hole in reality. That's the source of doom, both in the commercial area and in Martinez. Let's say that.
What?
A tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with Pale, an origin point of sorts. It would explain why historically so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez.
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an entropinetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
It ain't looking good.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts.
Ancient.
How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
She's too afraid to even say the word.
Ooh.
Tell her the truth. It's out of her hands.
You can't protect it, not against Pale. Close up the shop and try to get as far away from this thing as possible. You can protect it with hope by refusing to give up. That's what people have done in the past, by building a church, a place of worship around this thing. You'll have to find your own answers. I've spent too long in this quest as it is. Close up shop.
Close the shop? But it's all I have. No, there must be a way. Especially now that Annette is settling in at school again. She's finally making friends in this place. No, we can't leave Martinez. We can't.
Oof.
Thank you for your help in any case.
Oh.
You're welcome back here anytime.
Farewell for now, book peddler. So that's the end of that. Not much. We brought up the problem and she was like, no. After all of her worrying. I need to get out the flashlight again. Oh, Kim, what's up?
It's dark.
Oh, the lieutenant states the obvious.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in hand? Stare at your hand uncomprehendingly.
Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them.
That makes so much sense. That makes no sense at all. It doesn't.
I'm sorry, the fundamental laws of the universe don't seem to agree with you, detective.
Fuck the fundamental laws.
It's too dark to see in here without the flashlight. So come on, we've got work to do.
Okay, I missed that last time. Wait, do you have more?
It's dark.
Oh.
And the flashlight.
Okay, he's gonna keep saying that. Yep. Alright, go talk to Dice Maker girl. Oh, she's up here, that's right. Hello.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
I think I found the actual source of the
You
curse.
mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside its immediate reach?
Yes, well, about that. It's a bit more complicated than I first thought it would be.
I'm listening.
There's a 2mm hole in reality located in a church on the other side of the canal. I think it may be related to Pale. Now that I think about it, it sounds too preposterous to say out loud. No.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
It can.
It is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen killed the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this?
She appears to take this in while the chatter from her headphones continues unabated.
So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
Yay.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
What? No, I wouldn't go so far as to say that the entire world is doomed. Don't worry about it. You've been doing fine so far. I'm sure it's nothing. Say nothing. I wouldn't go so far.
Just Martinez?
She gives you a rueful smile and takes a look around.
In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Was that the end of that? Yeah, I guess that's the end of that. Cool. We've achieved something, maybe. We've saved lives. I'm a good person. I'm a good person who gives drugs to children. Alright, let's exit out this way. So, now we can go back to the church. We can try some of those checks again. I don't have the money to buy the pants off Kuno, unfortunately. Maybe I shouldn't have wasted that money on an RPG game? I don't know. An RPG game. I just said a role-playing game. I'm smart. Alright, so there's some checks, and I've got some healing, so I can use Droogs. But I think I gotta unlock some checks first.
Oh, hey, man.
Savoir faire.
Goodbye, officer.
Could these wires work as contact microphones? Let's see. Did we get all our checks with her?
Welcome back.
No. There's a reaction speed check. A lot of these are speed related.
Man. What's on your mind?
This one's conceptualization.
Yes, what is it?
Oh yeah, I'm already done all of her stuff.
It's a paw!
Let's see. Interfacing. Which one was the easiest for me? Not trying to catch her thingy. I think this was an easier check.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Conceptualization. Alright. I think that was like an 83. And, oh, I was gonna buy cigarettes, wasn't I? That's fine. Let's up our conceptualization. Which ones are they? I wish I could remember. I can't remember. Uh-huh. Of course that helps with conceptualization for some reason. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Got the key, analyze the beat.
Aggressive.
No!
Monotonous, but also somehow safe.
The fuck?
Primitive, yet futuristic. Like a machine, man. Nothing exists but the here and now. All are one.
Yeah, shut up. I'm so sad. And then with you.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Interfacing. Or do I want to try savoir faire? I'm going to try savoir faire. That was a waste. I think the gloves I have. Yeah, that's the only one I have, right? Right, I remember. And yet, I'm still checking. Oh, actually, no. And we put a point in there. If I can... Somehow this has become my strongest stat. I thought it would be electrochemistry. It is not. My initial build plans have been sabotaged by myself.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life.
But just imagine them.
Puts a grin on your face.
Wait. What was my last save? I just remembered. No, I was using speed. Fuck! I'm at a standstill here.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Hmm. Fuck. Am I just locked here? I want to finish this quest. Might be a little hard. Wait a minute. Hold on. I just want to check something. Okay. All right. I'm doing research. Okay. I'm just making sure we haven't, like, you know, reached a soft lock on some of these. I think we're good. However, it does look like that does mean. All right, we might proceed. There are some. So there is a point of no return in this game, but there's two, and the first one doesn't lock you out of everything. You can still, there's still things to do. So I might just do that. See if I can drum up some XP for those checks. I think I might go in that building. I'm going the wrong way. Or am I? Actually, I might not be. It's somewhere around here. Can I go down here? I think I need to get up there. We're gonna run all the way around. That is quite a distance we're running. I don't think I need to do that. I'm just making sure. All right. Wait. Do I have this correct? This is where the ladder is, right? No, it's the other building. It's the one with the guys. Okay, okay, I got the buildings confused. Many such cases. Oh!
There's no way the perk is in here, officer.
I'd stop
Look
running.
How scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
Can I try to get in, though?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points.
Yay!
It's lonely and cold without points.
Yay, I love buff and mustache. Kim, you think she's in there? Point at the boarded up building.
You suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Nothing more to do there, and I'm here. This is what I saw.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building?
Come closer and look in.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in there?
An ordinary drainage pipe. Darkness.
Okay, what else?
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts.
Smoke them!
Has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side.
And
nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Could we get into the felled building through this pipe?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
Ah, the lieutenant pushes aside the reeds and looks around.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
He points to a rusted metal double door to the right of the pipe, obscured by the reeds.
Oh yeah, big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.
Physical instrument. Okay, give me a moment, and then I will try it. Can I try the ladder, though? It's a physical instrument check, right? Both of these seem like ways to do it.
Rusty ladder.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems about right. 190, I'm a giant. What?
Okay, but still, the roof is
Is
collapsing.
that giant?
And the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, What if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Ooh.
Yeah, because falling from that height seems, well, splat. So don't do that. Just, you know.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
The lieutenant stares at you, stone-faced.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
It is a thing for me. I can't remember it's not a thing.
That's not how physics work, detective. And even if it were, wouldn't you need some kind of apparatus? A teleportation field or...
Or what?
What are they talking about?
The kid behind you whispers, asking his father.
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible.
Won't hurt to try.
Oh, yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
97% plus 2 saw Tiago climbing do it for Coach Physical, the magnetic dice set. What the hell? That's a 97% chance.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
Do it! Make your dreams come true!
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
What the hell?
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of
Hell yeah! I did it, Kim. I teleported.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phase spider.
Hell yeah!
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
I teleported. I'm immortal.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
I did it. Can't take the ladder back down. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. The revolution? Ooh. Stones fall. It's a long way down. What do we got in here? Anything useful? The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Oh, postcard Martinez 98. A faded picture postcard from the end of the last century shows Martinez as it was before the revolution. It's the height of summer. Rue de Saint-Ghislain is teeming with parasol-wielding bourgeoisie, and wild pines flags buttress the walkway. Nothing is written on the back. We got in here. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Oh, that's how I got in there. We slipped through. Antiquated office furniture. Last century, maybe? There's no drugs in here. Not yet. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Ugh. Old file folders in the cart, documents silvery with mold. Oh, what's this? Oh, hi, Kim.
2 rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Push the doors open. See, teleporting is so much cooler.
Rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the 2 metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Oops, I already ran. I hope that's not a problem. Don't run. Don't be impatient. What do we got here? Series of thick, dusty panes of glass. +1 suggestion. Haven't had a suggestion check in a while. Actually, let me examine that. Where are you? There you are. Interisolary suit jacket. +1 suggestion. Dressed for the occasion. A muted brown suit jacket, perfect for a day at the office or an evening at a cafe. The red rose at the bottom of the left breast pocket is slowly wilting. All right. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Hello. What's here? Revolutionary's hat, +1 to Mazovian socioeconomics. Well, it's a little late for that. Stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed, ancient flyers and brochures.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Hey, sideburns are awesome.
Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
What does that mean? Who? It's that Mazov guy. This must have been the hiding place of some naive leftists.
Some radical or radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
A long time ago? How long?
Half a century. This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
He looks around.
I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
What's with all these secret weapons caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Maybe I should move in here. Seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Could it be connected to the Mazov bust we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
The youths are alright. Could someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
He looks at the dust. We done in here? Oh. The same slit window you saw from the outside.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary?
Peek out.
Outside the window, the day is clear, and as mild as can be in early spring.
Turn to Kim. Could the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide. And Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Kim, I can't see the whirling in rags. The shot didn't come from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
I like thorough
The
too.
lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Down the spooky corridor. Ooh, hello. Boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appear more worn than the other. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. The tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. I've been looking at this barrel. Ugh. There could be loot. Oh, It's getting louder, the buzzing sound.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange tingling. A ghost! Nothing, it's just my mind playing tricks. A pain.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Hold on, you really don't feel anything?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
What does that mean?
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize.
We found out Everart's plan to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell Joyce about it. Do you think whatever happens will affect our cryptozoologists? How bad do you think things could get? We found out Everart's plan.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Do you think whatever happens will affect our cryptozoologists?
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected. But the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
Big hint, I think I've done everything with them. How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Oh no.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper...
I tried, but I ran too much. Fuck. I keep forgetting that's a thing. I ran. I tried to sneak. You wouldn't let me. What do we got here? Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. And we found a polar anorak, +1 composure, +1 shivers. I don't think many things boost composure. Yeah, sure, I'll take the money. I'll take the money. I think Kim's book just floated there for a second.
Your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before.
Oh,
Through
fuck.
the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head
Oh, fuck.
all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer,
Oh, no.
you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your ears.
No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
What's happening to me?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Uh-oh.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency. Blasted
Yeah?
from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw your equations. It's the Ulan frequency. Fat Angus said you had a pale emitter. Using one of those devices used to send signals through the pale on me. Say nothing. Try to cover your ears. I saw your equations.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Interesting.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the Pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
I've noticed.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them.
I don't know when the
Needless
last
to
time I
say,
saved was.
The frequencies used are out of this world.
Oh,
At
no.
the upper limit is the
Not a big
large
deal.
prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods toward her torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
This is illegal, you know. When did you care about copyright, Kim? That's a new one.
Yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Is that the dice maker? Yeah. Banger. Oh, it's over. Japanese. This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, could you turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Is this shoegaze?
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Speed freak. I love noise rock. I love Sonic Youth. The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
He regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon.
She didn't do it.
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
Pain threshold 92%. However, how did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Ah, shit. By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way. Isabel, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
Yeah, she's a nice lady.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Why hide the bullet, though?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Oh, that wasn't for someone else. Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
You're right, Claudia was the first to share her suspicions. It was your girlfriend she cracked. Claudia was the first.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this.
Mm.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your first guess wasn't entirely off. Your own boys told us you were on the coast. Titus told me. It took some convincing. Yeah, your boys told us.
My boys?
Yeah, the one you poached from Titus and Titus himself. Ruby Boys, formerly the Hardy Boys. Okay, call them the Hardy Boys then. Okay, call them the Hardy Boys.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I open them up. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Please, can you explain this shit to me? I'm the human can opener.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say that Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
You don't have to be xenophobic.
She didn't hate him, okay?
Okay. You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for it. They did say you left to take a really long leak, 15 minutes. There was half an hour missing. You went out.
Like fuck I did. I was in all the time. I went for a leak. 10, 15 minutes max.
Hold on, no one takes a 15-minute leak. Our investigation, wince from the pain, has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder. No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
Our investigation, blah-de-blah.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much? Look, there's a secret way from the first floor of the Whirling to the roof. Play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
There were some mysterious pinball machines in some pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling. Never mind the pinball then, there's a secret way from the Whirling bar to the roof. Mysterious pinball.
Yeah, and probably some
Level up.
ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
That means I will be able to unlock a check later. Not now, though. Wait, wince from the pain. What kind of mysteries interest you then? What about elevators? Do you like elevators? Okay, never mind mysteries. There's a secret way. What about elevators?
What the fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Do you or don't you?
Not particularly.
Why not? Not even, grab your head, quaint old rickety ones?
I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
The lieutenant grabs his head.
So you know she's not an antiques enthusiast. Not my jurisdiction, man. But it also doesn't sound like she used that secret route at all.
Yeah, she seems legitimately not sure what we're talking about. Look, there's a secret way from the ground floor of the Whirling to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
She frowned, studying your
The
face.
shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun.
And?
Where did you get it? I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere? Where did you get it?
Gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Really, Trigger? That doesn't sound like the name of a real store. Really, Trigger?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal in my
Ah,
player?
I see.
Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Hi, Celador. Out of all the jazz halls in all the world. Hi, we are, well, spoilers right now, but we are in the middle of whatever's happening here. How you doing, Celador? Oh, well, I'm just finishing up what I'm gonna do tonight. I'm probably gonna end with this little segment. I wanted to do something in the church, but I failed all my checks, so this is where I am. I ate some pizza and onion rings and passed out. Good old food coma. I probably need some food. I might need to order something when I'm done here. Ugh. What's even gonna be open? Well, there should be some things open. I might order something. But yeah. This is a good game, by the way, if you haven't played it. Well, things might be spoiled, but it's kind of fine. You'll have different things happen if you play this one. I mean, if you haven't. See, it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
She don't know nothing. I can't quite tell. What kind of gun is it?
A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
Nope.
That isn't it.
I know you don't like old things, but do you sell antique rifles on the side?
Never really got into weapons trafficking. Especially not old weapons. They break too often, and you don't want unhappy customers among gun collectors.
I know you can die in like the first few minutes of the game by having low enough stats and rolling poorly. Yeah, but even dying's kind of funny in this game. You just make different choices, you know? And like, there's a lot of choices you can make that like I haven't even discovered. I'm always seeing new things when I see people stream this. And I'm playing this and I'm seeing things I haven't seen either when I played it or when I've seen people stream it. This playthrough, I'm trying to be a libertarian ultra-capitalist. It's not going well, unfortunately. There's other evidence I want to ask you about.
Evidence.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
Gay sex! What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Mm-hmm. We're hearing numbers in different languages. It's crazy. 3 consecutive streams, bomb.com. What's bomb.com? I'm afraid to go to that website. What am I gonna find? Bombs? Oh no, I'm gonna be put on a list. So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before,
it's a saying?
Had to have come
Is
so
it?
Far.
Anyway, thank you for the 3 consecutive streams. Oh, slang phrase meaning excellent or awesome. Yeah, okay, so it's good. Hell yeah, bomb.com. I'm bomb.com, you're bomb.com, we're all bomb.com, but .com, bomb.com, bomb.com. I'm breaking down. You're running drugs for the union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
Hello? 25 consecutive streams. What about me, streamer? Hey, you're fucking hungry for attention, aren't you? They said it's the bomb in the game. Very outdated lingo. It's the bomb. Absolutely. Absolutely. We gotta go back to that saying. We gotta bring back groovy. We gotta bring back what internet lingo? We gotta bring back leet speak. No, we don't. That's a bad idea. No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great.
Glueisbomb.com. Hell yeah.
On your own.
Glue is
What now?
cool beans to
You're going
the
arrest
max.
me for drug trafficking?
Glue is awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. Glue, you're hella awesome sauce. Fat and all that. I don't know. Was that a real saying? Must have been somewhere. Boom, shakalaka, boom, boom. I'm gonna arrest her for drug trafficking. Not really.
She's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You're a criminal. I can't trust anything you say. Nah, you had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
The lieutenant is unable to articulate his question.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
Maybe.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter.
It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
She responds, holding your gaze.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Jazz Hall, you need to talk to the hand because the face don't understand. It's not my fault you don't comprehend my genius. I'm unappreciated in my time, but don't worry. Once I fake my own death, then I will, become famous just like Elvis. That's how it works. He didn't die on the toilet. That was a front.
Yeah? Where?
Bomb diggity diggity. Where? Yeah, where?
More questions before doing anything.
Okay. I mean, I could just click pain threshold and end this because it's a 97%. But I'm a slut for flavor text. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Talk to my ass, 'cause my head is sick of you. I wish someone would talk to my ass. I need my ass at. Why did I say that?
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
She's been listening in.
Who hasn't? I can still see him there.
Consult the proctologist.
Lying on his side.
I'll get the proctologist in there and I'll be like, hey baby, slide it in good. Slide it in, make sure you lube up.
He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as if he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
We just want the He struggles to finish the sentence. I've had proctological exams. Oh, I haven't. Maybe I should. Just to be safe.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was
not that I feel like I should. Not that I have any reason to.
Like always. Then Klasya comes in, all pale and shuddering.
Ooh.
She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Wait, did she also seem high to you? Klasya said you knew something was wrong immediately. And what did she say? Klasya said that.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed
Gotta check that prostate.
It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
Whoever gifts 10 subs gets to check my prostate.
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Prostate, I'm against the gov, sorry. Ha 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 ha! So-called anarchists when it comes to pro-state. How did you manage to come up with a plan so quickly? It's pretty weird that you came up with this plan right on the spot. It is pretty weird.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
What?
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
Uh-oh.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower
It's her idea.
around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Showerhead, resourceful. That's bad that she'd be so calm. I don't believe you. That's bad.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Lily herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
You didn't kill him. Why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
Myself? All we have to fear is me! What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head,
I got healing.
You hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this? Bullshit, you're trying to wince grotesquely. Throw me off. No one says that. Who's everyone?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me what's my name. If you know that about me, you must know my name. Fuck yeah, I'm a La Puta Madre agent. Oh, goddamn. You better let me go. La Puta Madre. I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right? I snoozed the ad. I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous,
Is that
right?
a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
No, that was a real question. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to know all this, but I lost my memory recently. Yes, of course. Are you scared yet? I lost my memory.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
Well,
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
what did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
I don't know what happened to them. Who was in this squad? Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What? What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
The cops?
That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
Yeah, that's right. I was just testing you. They're right outside with guns. No, that doesn't ring any bells.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there. Just a place some comrades stopped through. A revolutionary bunker. Just a bunker. Have you been there?
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm approaching. Ah.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Nudged it during drugs talks. Momentary window of clarity. Let's destroy the machine. I'm a human wrecking ball. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Epic maneuver.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You're under arrest. See them fireworks, Kim? Glance back. Whisper over your shoulder. You okay, Kim? Are you okay?
All good, officer. Be careful.
Could have gotten the fuck out of here. Yeah, but I think, you know, the voices in my head said she wanted to make a case. She legitimately is innocent and wants to make sure everyone knows that.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Whoa! Whoa, what are you doing?
Problem solving.
She mutters.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, it's 83%. It could fuck up, though. Convince her to put the gun down.
You should know
No!
what else to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
Oh, God. Why am I standing here like an idiot?
Because you've misread the situation from the beginning. And now her finger squeezes the trigger.
Come on, one idea. I need one idea.
A smirk crosses her face as she watches.
Oh, fuck.
Mute. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger.
83%!
You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Oh God.
Fuck.
What did we just do?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
That normally doesn't go that badly for me. She killed herself. I failed to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this
Anyway.
case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
It's our fault.
We are cops. Everything is our fault.
83%! Fuck! Okay. Compose yourself. What do we do now? Move on.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere.
That is not good.
A tent there.
But being put in situations like these suck for anyone. I'll give it a lot of shit to cops. I mean, yeah. Well, we've got the Noctway A80 pepper box pistol. Ugh. Is that a thing I can interact with? I mean, I got a gun. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? Even qualified professionals, for sure. Ho, ho, ho. Dark water trails into the distance. There's no way out. I am not save scumming that check, by the way. I determined I would not. Here's some extra health, at least. At least there's loot. Cooking utensils. She has prepared herself porridge with bananas. $8.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out.
Look inside.
You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Okay, let's carry her over here.
The lieutenant nods.
This sucks. That is how it goes. Yeah.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them.
Shine your flashlight on the books and magazines.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
The lieutenant peeks in over your shoulder. Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook. Take it.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Thank you for the tip. A well-loved journal with a brown leather cover and the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. It seems to have served as a loyal friend to a lonely traveler.
Thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
What kinds of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Uzumaki. Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places.
The spiral.
Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back did the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year.
It's my last snooze.
Simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lely died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
My logic is failing me. Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th first.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
Fuck.
It's in you to do something like this.
Half-Life, what the fuck?
Physically, at least. You could pull the trigger if you had to.
What? No, I couldn't.
Yes, you could. You'd pull it 1, 2, 3 times and watch her fall. No, stop. He wouldn't do that.
Thanks, empathy. You've got my back. Fuck you, Half-Light. Read the entry from March 12th, the Half-Light grind set. Yeah, Half-Light is very betrayed by everyone and will get vengeance.
Alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
What's the most recent entry? Look at the cover again? Most recent
The most
entry.
recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed a mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks.
So she died for nothing? She killed the merc, then turned the gun on herself. Case closed. It's so tidy. What do you mean framed? She died for nothing?
She was in plenty of trouble, even without the murder charge.
Kim, am I really... Oh, am I really a Laputa Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Then who do you think killed the merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
But no one heard the shot. T-Man wouldn't fuck me over. No one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Noted. However, I'm going to leave that for next time. We're about to hit 6 hours. Oh, add the running. Yeah. I'm going to save. To be fair. Yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to wrap it up, but this does mean we can probably get this game done on Friday. Man, I wanted to get all the church shit done, but I kept failing my checks. Ugh. That's just how it is. I could cheat. No real detective could have solved this case. Not really. Not really. Well, we're going to learn more about that Friday. So, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for joining. I might stream tomorrow. I might not. If I don't stream tomorrow, I might stream Tuesday. I will announce it in the Discord. I will socials first, but yeah, Discord here. Also, I'm regardless of what happens, we're gonna watch Twin Peaks Firewalk with me and Wild at Heart on Wednesday. Same time I stream thereabouts. It's either 4 or it's 5, one of those. Okay. Let's try to do this before the ad. General raid message, specific raid message. Failed an 83% check, and now I gotta find someone to raid. If anyone would like to throw any recommendations so I can get that going, otherwise I will check. I would snooze, but they only give me 3. Let's see. Oh, Minty's online. Could raid Minty. Minty's very cute. I'm thinking Minty. Scrolling. Yeah, let's do Minty. Wait, did I raid Minty like not that long ago? Am I crazy? Binty is playing a school sim game. Who's Binty? Who's Binty? I could raid Binty. Binty. Wanna raid Plum? I raided Plum not that long ago. Minty. Ah, okay. Yeah, I raided... I think Plum might have been the last person I raided. Or... No, actually, it was the person I was playing Repo with. But I think that was the last one. Ah, fuck, I need to lock in. All right, you know what? I'm going to raid Minty, and we're going to hit the ad soon, so I'm going to hit the raid now button before that happens. Raid Germa. Fuck off! I will not raid Germa. Germa also isn't streaming. I'm going to start the raid. Be nice to Minty. Minty's very, very sweet. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and I'm gonna go. We got like 30 seconds. I'm gonna go to the ending screen, and I will see you. I might see you Monday. If I get everything done. But if not, then I'll try to do Tuesday. I'll let you know. I'll announce on Blue Sky. I'll announce on my Discord. I'll do all that. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go to the screen, and we don't have much time. So wait, did that cancel the? I'm gonna do it anyway to be safe. So bye. Just say you hate me, dude. No, I don't fucking hate you. Everyone's so needy. I love you all. Bye. Bye, Glue. Bye, Gleo. Bye, everyone else. Bye.